welcome to another episode of Draft Day. Happy Oscars. This will be airing sometime right before the Oscars, and to celebrate the Oscars, we're going to shame the Academy for a few hours and talk about the things that didn't get nominated for some of the bigger awards and some of the smaller awards that we're upset about, that we have lost sleep over, that we just cannot believe are true, and I can't do it alone. So I'm going to bring in my panel real quick here, starting off with two co-hosts of the channel. You've seen them obviously on Picture This and Frame Rec, but also on their own respective channels. We have Chad and Maddie Fresh, both here to help draft Oscar snubs. How you gentlemen doing today? Chad, you are the resident. We do an Oscar podcast together, so I knew I had to have you on here. But how you doing? How's your voice holding up?
It's all right. It's still weird, but hopefully it'll hold up through the rest of the show. But I'm excited. This is going to be fun.
Yeah, and Matt, how are you doing?
I'm doing all right. Luckily, I'm the opposite of Chad. I have a shooting schedule after this
Gotcha.
rather than before.
Yeah. Well, we'll keep it tight because I know sometimes draft day can get a little long, but we're gonna hopefully keep it as tight as possible. No innuendos there. But let us bring in our other two co-drafters, co-commissions today. We have returning to the draft day stage, Carly. Carly, how's it going?
It's going good. Excited for the Oscars and excited to tell them what they did wrong.
Yes, we love when Oscars are held accountable for their actions. We also have another guest joining us. It's been a little while since he's been on draft day, but he has been a frequent guest on Picture This, and he loves the Oscars. He loves award season. He sees pretty much everything every year, so we had to have him on. It is Dan Skip Allen. How you doing, Dan?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good, Dylan. Yeah, glad to be on. I've been checking this category out for a few weeks now and just trying to make sure that I got picking up every rock to make sure I'm finding every little detail I can to make sure I'm not missing something. So, hopefully I got a nice list to go off of. And if you guys pick something, I'll have something else to go for.
Perfect. Well, let us get into the rules of how this Oscar Snubs draft day is going to work. There will be 5 rounds, as always, a snake draft that'll be determined by the wheel. So if you're 5th in the draft, in the first round, you'll have the first pick, in the second round, and so forth. For this draft, you must draft the following: 1 Best Picture snub, 2 acting snubs across any category. So you can pick 2 actors, 2 actresses, a supporting actor, and a supporting actress. You can pick a supporting actor and a lead actress. You can do whatever combo you want, as long as there's 2 acting snubs total. 1 tech snub. This is kind of a loose term for basically anything below the line and your screenplays, so anything that's not director, acting, or best picture is eligible there. Just other snubs that make you angry. We didn't want to confine it to cinematography or sound or anything like that, just in case. But 1 director snub, that's also kind of self-explanatory, especially for the Oscars. It's interesting because in the years of 10, you can't nominate 10 directors, so we have a lot of snubs for directors to probably choose from. But these picks must be nomination snubs, not wins. So you're not picking Citizen Kane for Best Picture. It still got nominated. We're looking for the stuff that didn't even get announced on Oscar morning as a nominee in that category. Now, Matt asked a good question off air. If a movie was nominated for Best Picture but not sound, is it still eligible for a sound pick in this? Yes, it can still be nominated in other categories. It just cannot be nominated in that category. And I do have Google ready to fact check if we need some clarification, or if we're like, wait, was that nominated? Because there are so many years of the Academy that we're bound to hiccup once or twice. But if anyone disagrees with the eligibility of a pick, if they think, oh, I don't think that's eligible, or if they're like, hey, that isn't really in the spirit of this draft for whatever reason, then we can veto. You need 3 of the 4 other panelists to veto in order to overturn the pick. And please try not to mention picks or discuss films until they're drafted. Obviously, if you pick an actor, you can talk about that movie. It's inevitable, same as director and stuff. All the categories, you can talk about that film, but don't say, well, I was between this actor and this actor, so I went with this actor. Let's not do that. And if there are actors who have been snubbed for multiple roles, please specify which movie you are picking them from, just because there's a lot of actors who are snubbed for a lot of different roles. So we are going to get into this draft. I have the wheel ready to go. Let me pull it up here. Beautiful. Haven't spun it yet. It's live. I'm not. Oh, see, that's how you know it's live.
He's rigging it right now. I can see Dill rigging it.
No. Look, see, Wheel of Names.
As we speak,
we're on the website. I haven't even tapped to spin yet. Okay, I'm gonna tap to spin. You're going to decide your place in the order, all right?
Let me check that URL out.
Yeah, check the URL out. It looks like it's going to be Dan. Dan, do you want to go first, second, third, fourth, or fifth?
Got it. I've been thinking about this for 2 days now. I want the double pick of going fifth, but I just don't want someone to steal mine first, so I'm going to go first.
All right. Well, you'll still get a double pick on the second round, so
Yeah,
that'll be fun. All right. Let's see who's gonna go next.
Rigged. Is about to be rigged, isn't it?
Rigged for
No,
Carly.
it's
No,
Carly.
not rigged for... Hey, be nice
I
to
was
Carly,
Dylan.
Matt.
I thought it was
No, that's not what I was saying.
Carly, where would you like to go in the order? Matt thinks it's rigged for you, so
I'll go third.
third. All right, smack dab in the middle. Love to see it. All right, the three hosts here. Let's see. Is it
Rigged
still
for
rigged,
me.
Matt?
It is rigged.
All right, second, fourth, or fifth, Matt?
I think I'm gonna. This is hard because there's one that's in jeopardy. I think, but I think I'm gonna have to go with the fifth. I'm gonna have to go with 5.
So you're gonna get the wraparound. So Chad and I duking it out for the second or fourth pick. Everyone usually said fourth is the worst, but maybe we'll prove them wrong today. Chad, are you gonna go second or fourth?
I'll go second.
All right, I'm getting the fourth pick. All right, that's fine. That's fine. I'm fine with fourth pick. Probably the least attractive spot in the draft, but I don't care. I'm going to try to make it worth my while. I'm going to tell everyone out the gate, I'm only going to pick snubs that I can recall being viscerally angry at watching. So that's going to kind of how I'm going to take my approach. So do with that as you may. As you will. I'm just putting my strategy out there, just because I want
If
to.
I can piggyback off that, just to let everyone know my situation, mine are also mostly the same. There's some that I don't remember, but I was incensed by later. But I will say that mine are all personal snubs, not necessarily. This one was, if anybody comes at me with that wasn't really eligible or gonna happen, I'm gonna punch you.
Yes, I do want to clarify because there is the Oscar pundit definition of snub of it was predicted to get nominated and it didn't. We're not necessarily going with that. I might be going with that, but you can do any criteria you want as long as it wasn't nominated and you think it should have been. Then you want to draft it. There's not going to be any oh well that didn't get any precursors. We're not going to do that. I might mention it if it did, but I'm not gonna be a stickler for that like I normally would. But Dan, you have the first pick in the draft. What are you going to pick number 1 overall?
Wow. I've been sitting here thinking about it, mulling it over in my head. Should I go for one category or should I go for the one that I don't care if people like it, if they don't like it, if it's one of my favorite movies and whatever. Chad and Dylan, you guys might remember me having a out-of-body experience on an episode of Picture This about a little movie in a land far, far away called The Empire Strikes Back. How did this movie not get nominated for Best Picture over Tess? I know it's a guy we're not supposed to say his name that directed Tess of the D'Urbervilles, but The Empire Strikes Back is probably one of the greatest films of all time, in my humble opinion. And it's in my top 5 films of all time. And this movie did not get nominated for Best Picture. And I'll argue with you right now, it's better than Star Wars. It's better than Star Wars. This movie is an absolute masterpiece. How does The Empire Strikes Back not get nominated for Best Picture? It's a travesty. This is one of the greatest snubs of all time.
Period.
I know.
Well, there you go.
Nobody else might have picked that. I don't care. I wanted to pick it first.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. What was the 5th nomination? It was Ordinary People, Raging Bull,
Coal Miner's Daughter, Test of the D'Urbervilles.
Okay. Yeah, I'm looking at my
Man.
list. I'm looking at my list right now, Dan, and Tess was ranked number 3 for me. So I do think I agree. Empire should have been nominated, and yes, over Tess and a few other films, but it wouldn't be the one I would replace. But it's a good pick. I mean, Empire. It's
You
one of
weren't
the
as big
greatest-
on a Coal Miner's Daughter as me. I love Coal Miner's Daughter. It set up the music biopic for me. That's the movie that makes what we all know as the music biopic today. That is the one that starts it, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, Empire's iconic. It makes sense to pick here number 1 overall. I think most people, when they look at the movies that haven't been nominated for Best Picture, a lot of them are going to go Empire just because of how influential it is and how iconic it is and that it is probably if you ask 85% of the fandom, probably their favorite Star Wars movie. I know all this panel probably has their own different favorite one, but there's no denying how good it is. And also just like the level up in the cinematography and the tech and the score, adding the Imperial March and the puppetry with Yoda. Just like it really just levels up across the board. Everything that Star Wars did, it kind of ups the ante and takes a much different approach with its ending, which I really like. Obviously, it's an ending we all know, so like there's a little less surprise there now. But it's a great pick. Great pick.
And
Chad,
with
I know
my father issues, it really affected me. That movie affected me with
absolutely.
my father issues. So
yeah,
add that
so
in there.
1980 Best Picture snub, Empire Strikes Back. Chad, I know you're not the biggest fan of this one in comparison to some of the other Star Wars films, but do you think this is a good pick for this draft?
It's hard to say because I can't say that like if the original Star Wars is going to get a nomination, that the second one wouldn't, because it is a very beloved movie. So it is kind of strange that that one wouldn't also follow in the same footsteps. And I guess it's like something to do with like a bias against films like this. Personally, I find the ending somewhat obnoxious at times, but I can't sit here and say that it's not a good movie. And that can always change as I rewatch it. So how I feel personally doesn't really matter all that much, because it is another, just like the first one, like another step in advancing cinema, because it is like a very well told story overall. And it's like one of those where it's like, I could see it if they didn't give the original Star Wars a nom, and then you'd go, well, they just don't like those kinds of films, Dan. But they did. So
That's what I'm saying. That's what
why
I'm
would you
saying.
not give this one also a nomination when, as we're kind of saying, that slate isn't the strongest overall anyways?
Yeah.
So there's definitely one or two that you might be able to cut for something that stands the test of time more than something like Tess or Coal Miner's Daughter does. So yeah, I mean, I think this is a good pick in general.
Absolutely. I'm looking right now. Tess was my number 2 that year.
What?
Shockingly enough, yeah. So I'm Team Tess, baby. Though I agree, Roman Polanski can go die in a hole. So I said his name because we're talking about films that shouldn't have not gotten nominated. I think it's okay to disparage his name in this case. Maddie Fresh, what are your thoughts on Empire as a Best Picture snub? Do you agree with the snub, or do you disagree with the snub? Do you agree with the pick?
I'm about to say something I think that is going to be controversial. Hold on, buddy. Just a second. Sorry. It's going to be... all right. Just go to someone else.
Okay, Carly. As we wait for Matt's controversial opinion, what do you think of Empire as a pick here?
Yeah, I think it's a really good pick. I mean, just for the cultural relevance of it. Like, I think it's, when you're talking about like what should have been nominated, obviously the voters didn't have hindsight when they were voting, but I think it's a good pick. I'm not a big Star Wars girl in general, so I don't love the film, but it's like, you cannot deny that. Yeah, like it did deserve a spot in those 5. I would agree.
There you go, Matt. Are you back with your controversial
I
opinion?
am back. Carly actually said a very similar thing to what I was about to say. Not about Empire, but about the controversial thing I'm going to say here, considering the draft we're on, is that I think the Academy is always right, regardless of if we think later that they are wrong, because it's not like one person picking it. It's a bunch of people who have their own opinions picking things. And so I think the Academy is always right. Even if I don't like it or I disagree with it, they are right, especially for the time frame that they are in. I think hindsight, this is why when people say something like they should hold Oscars 5 years later, no, we don't need to know what people 5 years later. We need to know what you guys think on Picture This for fun. But we don't need to know what we think is the best picture today from 5 years ago. We need to know what in that time they thought was the best picture.
Yeah, because it's a historical
That
thing.
being, yes, exactly. It's a historical record.
Yeah.
That being said, I'm also not really generally not on the, well, they did the first one, they have to do the second one. That's obviously a logical fallacy. However, this is the best Star Wars in my opinion. They nominated I don't want to say lesser, because it's still a great genius movie, But they nominated that one. They didn't nominate this one. I have not seen all the movies in the slate, so I can't say what with 100% certainty that I would have replaced any of them with this. However, I do agree that in hindsight, it does seem rather insane that it wasn't big. However, I mean, I could see, like, with the first one, there was a novelty to it that did not exist anymore with the second one because the first one created that novelty, you know. But however, I do think that I do agree. Although, yeah, so that just let my original statement just be a blanket for everything I'm going to say going forward, because I'm going to get angry about some of these.
Yeah.
But they were right at the time; they were just also wrong.
Right.
But
Yeah.
Well, can I
That's
just
Dan.
chime in real quick? It's Ordinary People, which won Best Picture and Best Director. It's Raging Bull, which won Best Actor for Robert De Niro. It's Coal Miner's Daughter, which won Best Actor for Sissy Spacek. It's The Elephant Man, David Lynch, which is amazing. And then Tess of the D'Urberville, which is nominated, directed by a known pedophile. So there you go.
not a known pedophile at the time.
Right. But I think of that slate, you could definitely substitute. I would probably substitute. I think the Empire is better than all five of them, but I do think, like, of those five, I'd probably sub out Coal Miner's Daughter. But I think that would actually be fun after every category. We kind of just rattle off what the nominations were. I could start doing that just so people have a perspective. But we don't want to get too in the weeds of all the conversation. But I think that'd be fun to do. But
that was the first episode of Picture This that Chad and Dylan had a guest.
Yeah, there you go, in 1980. But yeah, that is going to be the first pick there, Empire Strikes Back. We're moving now to Chad with the second pick in the draft. You have every option except for Empire, which we know is not even your favorite Star Wars, so you should be clear.
Right. Oh, excuse me. You have a few that I really want that I, like, don't want people to take, but, like, also if they do, it's one of those things where it's like they still get to talk about it if for some reason they pick the thing that I'm thinking about, which might not be like the popular stuff that everyone raves about all the time. But the first one that I pick is going to be one of the popular ones that people rave about, that felt and still feels kind of like a travesty. Like, why wasn't this a thing? Like, people were clamoring for this to happen and it just didn't. And then you're just like, you watch the movie and then you're like, what the hell? This is so crazy. I didn't even look up what did get nominated, so maybe Dylan or somebody can help with that.
I've already got it pulled up. I know what you're going to pick.
You already know what I'm going to pick?
I'm 90% sure, but go ahead. I'll show you.
I'm going to go with acting.
Nope, I'm wrong.
And I'm going to go with Toni Collette from Hereditary.
Whoa! Didn't expect
one.
I knew that might be like a thing that Matt would be upset about.
Damn it!
But,
damn it!
I was like, I kind of really want this one just because, like, I only wrote like 5 acting names down just in case. So, I got to do another one. So, but so I don't have like a plethora that I wrote down. But with Toni Collette, Hereditary is, I was either going to do the actor or the movie, because I think this is, every time I watch it, I'm just like, this movie is one of the greatest horror movies I've ever seen. And it's just like, and I haven't even really liked Ari Aster stuff after this, but this one, for some reason, just speaks to me. I'm just like, that movie is just one of the greatest horror movies ever. And in the past, like, decade, is definitely like one of the strongest horror movies. And I'm just like, that performance isn't even just like a great horror performance. It's just a great performance overall. It's like kind of like a similar to something like What's Her Face and If I Had Legs I'd Kick You. It's kind of a very similar kind of thing where everything's crashing down and the trauma is just so felt in this performance. And you feel every single thing that she's feeling because of the performance. And if this wasn't such an overt, like, demon movie, I feel like this would have been such a big Oscar movie just in general. because it deals with trauma, it deals with family like breaking down, and it deals with a lot of these themes, that we love. And it has so many great like, cinematography, like just stuff like tech stuff around it that like makes it such a great film that like if it didn't have this overt horrorness to it and demon stuff that happens, in a spoiler, but a little girl getting her head knocked off with the pole, stuff like that. I think that people would have, clamored this to be like one of those big, Oscar movies. Like,
Yeah.
I feel like, when you have stuff like Get Out, and then, Get Out came before, but Get Out, and then, The Substance, and then now Sinners really being these big Oscar pushes. If this had come out after that, I think people would have been a little bit more kind to the horrorness of it and wouldn't have wrote it off just because it has a crazy ending. I mean, The Substance has a crazy ass ending, and it's just like it still was beloved as an Oscar level movie. So because of that, I feel like her performance even still was being pushed by that of someone we all love here, Dan Merle, and like other people in the film community as one of those great performances that just happens to be in a horror movie. Elliot, can you calm down a little bit?
He agrees. He's
He
outraged.
agrees. He's angry about this too. But I'm gonna mute because he's getting nuts. But I think I've made my point that this, and Matt is also super angry about this, not just because I picked it, but because she didn't get nominated. So Matt, go ahead, talk about this.
Yeah, obviously this was a big one for me. I actually went. I got the thing that made me go fifth was that because I wanted two most of all, and this was one of them. Like I was going to be able to get both if it got around to me. But yeah, like Chad mentioned, Dan Merle was campaigning hard for this hashtag Oscar for Tony. Spencer Gilbert was also campaigning for a hashtag a sandwich for Tony Danza. I supported both of those campaigns. But no, Hereditary, just to briefly speak on the movie, is one of the most unsettling experiences I've ever had in a movie theater. I almost walked out at the spoiler that Chad mentioned. I was like, I don't like how this movie makes me feel. And that's a brilliant thing. Like it's incredible because the movie is supposed to elicit emotion from you, and it absolutely did. I was not supposed to like how that moment made me feel. I was not supposed to like every moment that Toni Collette was on screen, how she made me feel, and she did make me feel. And she's brilliant from start to finish. She's I kind of hate that she's kind of become memed a little bit from that movie with her faces and stuff like that. Meme culture kind of sucks sometimes. Yeah. But it's just a brilliant performance that I love. One of the greatest horror performances of all time. One of the greatest performances of all time in one of the greatest horror movies of all time.
Yeah.
That dinner scene alone.
Yeah.
Because I didn't even want to have you. Perfect.
Yeah. No, it's great. I just want to bring up the 5 that did get nominated that year. It was the winner was Olivia Colman for The Favorite. Also nominated were Yalitza Aparicio for Roma, Glenn Close for The Wife, Lady Gaga for A Star Is Born, and Melissa McCarthy, Can You Ever Forgive Me? A pretty stacked year, especially considering the weakest, I think, of the 5 is from the Best Picture frontrunner, Roma, at the time. So I get it. Like, I think this is a really stacked slate, but I still think she could have cracked the 5. And I
disagree on the weakest of the 5, but I don't want to make Dylan upset.
It's okay. It's Lady Gaga, isn't it? Yeah, it's fine. She was my pick for winner that year, but I do think Glenn Close also, it was like the overdue narrative, and I think in retrospect, if we had known that Glenn Close was not going to win after all, I don't think there was a necessity to be like, let's nominate for her for The Wife, because I think the nomination was like to be like, okay, it's finally your time, and it never actually happened. So I think that was kind of what I would have probably replaced her with of any of the 5, just knowing in retrospect. But again, it's all retrospect, as Matt said earlier. So great pick. Carly, what's your thoughts on Toni Collette?
Well, I just gotta say, I'm still angry that Glenn Close didn't win for The Wife. I loved her so much in that. But
so we all have a different favorite. That's cool.
Yeah, Hereditary was actually the first horror film I saw in a theater because I used to be terrified of horror films, and this was quite the first horror film to see in a theater. And it taught me, oh, I guess I'm not too scared to be into horror, and it was, God, such an experience too. But yeah, of course. I mean, Toni Collette is she's so freaking good in this. She definitely deserved it. She was on my list. She wasn't super high because I don't feel the injustice the same way Matt and Chad seem to, but like I especially because it was such a stacked year, like that makes it a little less bad to me. But I think it's a great pick. I would have thought you could get away with getting her later, but it sounds like Matt would have taken her before it got back around to you. So I think it's a pretty good pick. So yeah.
Yeah, and Chad just said in the private chat he would have replaced her with Melissa McCarthy. So there's all these different like kind of bottom.
I love Melissa McCarthy in that one though.
But it's a stacked slate. And Dan, what do you have to say about Toni Collette?
Yeah, I had her on my list. If it got a lot of things gotten picked, I probably would have picked her myself. So that was a good pick by, and I could see the anger in Matt's face when Chad took her. So I guarantee that was a very highly sought after choice in the draft. But I also agree with what Carly said. She made some really good points. So yeah. Tough one, Matt. Sorry about that.
It's a good thing my mic was muted. I thought it was not because you would have heard some expletives. I'm sure you saw me angry, but I yelled some anger.
Well, Carly, why don't you spew some anger at the Academy? What's going to be your first pick?
It's so hard. Okay, so I have this one. I have this one in both Best Picture and Director. So I need to decide which one I want it for because it was horrendously snubbed for both. All right, I will go for Picture, and I am picking Do the Right Thing.
Oh.
Period.
Yes.
I remember the first time I heard this wasn't even nominated, and it made me so angry because this movie, it's just like everyone's reaction already just kind of says it all. Like, it's such a good movie. It's like, I think it might be Spike Lee's best movie. It's just so, and it's so relevant even today. Like, you watch it and like the themes it talks about, and like it's been a little since I've watched it, but like I remember so much about it, like the ending, and it just, I can't find the words right now. Just, it makes me so upset that it wasn't even nominated. And was this the Driving Miss Daisy year?
Yeah,
that makes it worse. That makes it 100 times worse. The fact that it wasn't even nominated to like stand a chance against Driving Miss Daisy. Mm-hmm. It's just like, and from what I've heard, Spike Lee is very angry about it, and he's rightfully very angry about it because he made such a masterpiece, and the fact that it did not even make the nomination is like there's a lot of these films I'm like, I see why they weren't nominated to some degree. This one I'm just like, I see why it's not nominated, but it makes me even angrier.
Yeah, and it got nominated for screenplay, so it was on their radar. And that's the thing I look at, too, is I'm like, it was in the ballpark. It wasn't this out-of-left-field masterpiece that was kind of acclaimed after a few years. Like, no, this was big at the time. I'll just rattle off the nominations. Driving Miss Daisy did win that year, but that's also the episode that, Matt, you were on with us, where the other four are really solid, which is Born on the 4th of July, Dead Poet Society, Field of Dreams, and My Left Foot, but I would still say Do the Right Thing, in my opinion, is better than all five of those. I know, Matt, it's your favorite film, so I know Dead Poet.
So you didn't have to say that.
No, I'm just giving my opinion. I'm just giving my opinion, just because I think it was. Like,
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I would have subbed all them out for Do the Right Thing, just also because for me, the suicide stuff is just a little too much for me. And Dead Poets, we've talked about that. But yeah, I think it's a travesty it wasn't nominated. That was just my way of saying, like, I think it's better than all the nominees and it should have been nominated. Not to take your film down, but I will stop talking.
No,
Chad.
yeah, you did. Oh, not me.
Oh,
talk
sorry.
about me and then it's on me next.
Okay, Matt, go ahead. Matt.
I'm just. It seems like I'm mad at Dylan. I'm not.
Okay,
I'm just
ahead,
being silly.
Just messing around.
Yeah. Yeah, my favorite movie of all time is Dead Poet Society. However, I probably would have nominated this over that as well, simply because of the importance of it. What?
No, just laughing because I felt so bad for saying that, and then you're like, I would have done it too. So
you said it. You said it was better than all of those.
Okay,
as an affront to me.
Okay, it was not meant to be an affront to you. It was more so just like
I know it
in my brain, be like, would I have played this? Would I have played? Okay. Anyway, time has passed.
I'm joking. I'm fine. Oof. I don't even know what I was going to say. I only have 2 movies written down for Best Picture, and this was one of them. So I hope that Dylan doesn't steal my Best Picture. I don't
I'm
think
worried
he
I
will.
will, so I might just pick an actor just to make amends for this travesty.
You don't have to make amends. I'm just joking.
Such a
But
strategy,
the
Matt.
look,
You feel bad.
the devastated look on your face is making me feel so bad. And you say I'm not a Rick Devens, right? Like
I
this
love
is
Rick
exactly
Devens
what
this
you were
season.
complaining about him about. Anyway, anyway, it's a brilliant movie. It is Spike Lee's best film. It should have been nominated. It definitely should have won over Driving Miss Daisy. It's funny. I was reading up about it a while back, and like the Academy today says, like the members who were voters at the time who voted Driving Miss Daisy in like 2015 said, I would have probably given, which they were talking about from the nominees. They were saying I probably would have given it to My Left Foot, which would have been a much better win. But also, I think that a lot of it was in reference to how this wasn't nominated and how people were saying that they would have nominated this instead also. And yeah, it's a huge tragedy. It's a brilliant film and very, very important.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. No, it's okay. Chad, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I can't agree more with this pick. It's just every time I mention like a movie snub, like for picture, like this is one of the ones because it kind of like harkens back to the idea of like black films not being respected by the Academy, because this is just such an obvious, like you think about movies that are like archetypes for like a thing. This is like the movie that's about like race relations and like police brutality and relations between like police and the citizenry and stuff. And like this is that movie, and it does it so well that, like as Carly said, it's just so relevant today still. Like it's just like we keep having this happen over and over and over in society, and no one can even learn from this movie. I don't know if this movie would be more popular if it had been a Best Picture winner or nominee even. But I think it would have helped a little bit. Like that movie won Best Picture, must be good. Let me check it out and see what's going on, and then more people can see it and then go, wow, like that. This is the relations, but not just like police, but like culture, in general stuff. I guess it's not the one because there's also like Boys in the Hood, but still, it's like one of the big ones. And I agree that I think it is Spike Lee's best movie, and it's just so iconic in so many ways that I think this is just, especially in a year where Driving Miss Daisy wins. I think that even though I don't think that's like a terrible movie or anything, I do think it's just so like off base and shows like where our culture was at the time. Like a movie like that would win, and Do the Right Thing doesn't even get nominated. It shows why we're still having these same issues with race relations happen again and again. It's because we can't move society further by nominating a film like this. So Matt is right. It's important and it should have been nominated.
Yeah. Great pick, Carly. Dan, any thoughts on?
Yeah, this is. I mean, you're gonna hear the word egregious a lot from me on this, and because this is egregious. First of all, the winner shouldn't even been nominated in that batch of films. My Driving Miss Daisy out, Do the Right Thing in. What a 5! What an absolute phenomenal 5 nominees for Best Picture. Terrible, 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 egregious choice. Unbelievable.
Yeah. Okay. I'm agonizing now because I don't know what I'm gonna pick because I really don't want to snag Matt's other Best Picture.
Just do your
If you
pick.
pick, this is what I told Carly because she was asking about one she didn't want to steal from me. If you take it, you took it on. You took it rightfully. Like take it.
Well, because
I'll figure something else out.
I'm between two, so I'm like, am I reading into Matt's background or am I reading into my?
Oh no.
Okay. Okay, because I'm not gonna tell you which two I'm between, but one of them is like one of my favorite movies of all time. One of them is like the snub that changed the Academy forever. But I think for me, there's one that's more personal to me that I think just like the other one I could see why it didn't get nominated, this one, I just can't see it, and it's Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. I'm gonna go with that for Best Picture.
Ooh.
Because it is my number 2 favorite film of all time. My number 1 favorite movie of all time, I wasn't alive for. I don't really know if it was as big a snub just because of all the other nominations it's got. But this is a film that won Best Screenplay. So you're going to tell me that this had the best writing of the year. This is the best written film of the year. This has the best dialogue,
This
the
is the
best
best written
story.
film of all time. I just need to say.
I agree. But also, like, this is the best written film of the year. But it's not one of the 5 best films of the year. That logic has just never sat right with me. And I know I wasn't, like, conscious enough to be like, that was a snub at the time, but it was in my lifetime. And it was also a film that won one of the above-the-line categories. It was nominated for Best Actress. Well, we can talk about the other acting award later, but I just think there's just no way in my mind that, and I've actually never seen any of these, so maybe I'm wrong. This is another reason why I almost didn't pick this, but I've never seen any of these 5 movies. But $1 Million Baby, The Aviator, Finding Neverland, Ray, and Sideways, I guarantee at least one of those you could sub out for Eternal Sunshine. I would probably, just after watching those, I will probably end up putting Eternal Sunshine over any of them. I don't know. I could definitely tell you just based on what I've heard, I could definitely probably replace 2 of these at least with Eternal Sunshine. So it really rubs me the wrong way, only because it is, in my opinion, like Matt's, the greatest movie ever written, the greatest screenplay. But, like, they gave it the win. Like, they didn't even give it a nomination. They gave it the win. They said this is the best writing of the year, but it's not one of the best pictures. And I just think that's egregious. I do think there's another film, as I might have alluded to, that I could have picked just because it's the more monumental snub in history. But I do think for me personally, if I had the choice, I am going to say that my second favorite movie of all time is one of the greatest Best Picture snubs of all time. It just makes sense for me in my heart, and I'm going to go with my heart in this draft, not what I want the other people on the Facebook verse to vote for. So even though that other pick is very valid as well, and if it comes around to me for director, I might pick it. But all right, Eternal Sunshine. Matt, I'll give this to you first as well.
Because it's one of my favorite movies of all time too.
Yeah.
For my birthday week, I did my 7 favorite movies, videos for my 7 favorite movies, and had a bunch of you people on to talk about them. And this was one of them. It's the greatest screenplay ever written, in my opinion. I saw this movie in the theater, and then I went to Walden Books and bought the screenplay that they had published, read it immediately, finished it, read it again. Basically, I read that screenplay until it came out on DVD where I could watch it. You know, like that was pretty much the thing. Yeah. Charlie Kaufman is probably my favorite screenwriter, one of my favorite, at least, screenwriters of all time. Like, he's just brilliant. It is. I don't think this is what Dylan was saying, but there's a logic that comes with certain things, like, oh, I guess this movie directed itself, or this movie wrote itself, or whatever. When it comes to nominations, I'm not really on that train because it takes so much to be a Best Picture nominee, not just those things. However, I think that screenplay is not all this movie has going for it. It has so much going for it. Yeah. It's just a brilliant, evocative film that makes people look inward, and it's just a wonderful, beautiful piece of cinema that is written, again, as I've said, I think it's the greatest screenplay ever written, that is just written masterfully. I will say that I'm going to be on the Picture This episode for this year. Yeah. So I don't want to go too far into the nominees. I will say that I would put this above all of them. Okay. 100%.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll get there when we get there.
Carly was on that episode of. Sorry, she can go when she goes. But Carly was on my episode of 5225 about this movie.
Very cool. Well, then, you know what? I'll let Carly speak next on it. What do you think of Eternal Sunshine?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I had so much fun on Matt's channel. So definitely check out our conversation on that because it was great. It's funny because at first it was a bit overhyped for me. Like, I always really liked it, but then when me and Matt had our conversation, I eventually talked myself like into loving it, into thinking it is a masterpiece. It was like a bit overhyped at first, just because I've heard so many people say like how amazing it was, and I didn't love it as much. But the more I rewatch it, the more like I really like it. It's just such a great script. I'm not Kaufman's a bit hit or miss for me, but like I think this is definitely his strongest. It's just so fantastic. The performances are amazing. It's just such a tightly paced films. Like I think this is a great pick. It wasn't on my personal list, but I'm not at all surprised it won the first round because it's just fantastic.
Yeah, Dan, thoughts on?
Yeah, well, that's so funny about this is I didn't even realize it was snubbed. I'll be honest with you. That's why I don't have it on my list because I didn't even think this movie wasn't snubbed for Best Picture. That year. What were the other five? What were the 5 nominees again?
$1 Million Baby, The Aviator, Finding Neverland, Ray, and Sideways.
Oh my God. Okay, so let's see. I've seen every one of the movies. All right, guys, real quick. And if I had to take one out to put this in, I'd take out Finding Neverland. But wow, this is a really good slate, guys. I'm telling you right now, these are 5 really, 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 really good movies. But there's no reason why this movie should not be on the 5. That's pretty terrible. I'm going to use the word again, egregious. And Jim Carrey is my favorite comedian of all time. And this is like basically up there with Man on the Moon, his magnum opus as far as dramatic acting. Like you could really tell this guy could act when he was in this movie and Man on the Moon, those movies. The comedic stuff is what made him who he is. And this is why I love him. But wow, is he really good? I mean, that line, that what's the line again? Oh God, I can't remember the line where he's talking about her and he's yelling and on the ice. Oh God, I can't think of that line now. Not think about, but whatever. I can't.
It's a great moment. Great moment.
Yeah, it is. It is. I'm just bad with remembering dialogue.
Oh,
People are good with quotes. I'm just not good with quotes.
Yeah, no, I'm the same.
Is it? Can you hear me? I don't want this anymore because that's the thing that echoes in my head.
What a great line of dialogue that is. That is just so underrated. You know.
Yeah.
God.
Oh, it's so good.
I will say just real quick. Since we're talking, I did say I would put this above all of them. I do think that there are 2, and we'll talk about it. I guess I don't need to say this because there are 2 that I would say have to be nominated that year. But this one, I would definitely knock any of those other 3 out for that. And I'm not going to say what it is because I'm going to be on Picture This. So I should have said nothing.
No, it's okay. And we all rewatch the movie. So who knows? I mean, maybe you'll rewatch it and be like, but Ray Charles, man. Chad, what is going to be your pick or your thoughts on this pick?
I've seen this a couple of times. I've never connected with it on like that same level as some of you guys. But like, I mean, I can't argue with the logic of you said this had the best writing of the year, and yet it's not the best picture. Like, did everything else in the movie suck? If not, then it's probably one of the best movies of the year.
Right.
So even though like I haven't connected with it on like I think it's the best written movie ever, one of the best movies ever, one of my favorite movies ever, a lot of people do put it up there and say that it's that good, like on that level, like on a Chinatown kind of level as far as like screenplays and stuff. And it's just like if you're gonna put it on that level, then it should just be up there. So I have no arguments with it. I mean, it has such a brilliant concept. Oh, Elliot's trying to wave. It's such a brilliant, concept that I'm just like, and it explores so well. Like the performances are so good. And shoot, I'm sorry. Who directed it?
Michelle Gondry. Yeah.
Michelle Gondry. Like I love that show, Kidding, that they did. And it's just like very similar. And so it's just kind of like, the way they're able to show certain things, like not just the writing, but like the directing and how they were able to like have, make it feel so, it's hard to talk about, like, but they make them feel really small under the table. And, just like, it's very trippy in a lot of like, ways. And I love how they show some of that stuff, and the cinematography is really tricky. So it does have other brilliant elements than just the writing. So yeah, I think this is a really good pick, especially because it's very personal. And I know Dylan has a very personal connection to the movie. And so I love that he picked it.
Cool. All righty, Matt. You do get 2 picks now, 2 back-to-back. I'm glad I didn't take your other best picture, I assume?
Yeah. It feels like this has been telegraphed at this point. And I'm fine with that because it's going to come at no surprise that the grandest Best Picture snub of all time was the one that, as Dylan said, changed the Academy rules because it was such an egregious omission from this. And I said before that the Academy is always right. However, that's why they changed the rule, because although the Academy did nominate their 5 best movies, a true contender, one that could have potentially won if it were nominated, was left out because they limited that field so much, which is why they expanded it. And that is, if you have not figured it out by now, The Dark Knight from 2008.
I was gonna say that was a good poker face, because I was like, "Is it the one in your background?" You're like, "No." I was like, "Oh no!" So it's not Batman. Oh no.
I wasn't saying no. I was saying, "Oh, I've been figured out." Like I was.
Okay.
As if people weren't figuring that was going to be
I'm
the case.
so glad you picked it, because I was like, it doesn't make sense for it not to be in the first round, just because it is kind of what people point to as the most iconic snub in a good way.
Yeah, and there's a lot of this movie redefined an entire genre. It redefined the Oscars themselves. It has a brilliant supporting performance, which rightfully won the Oscar that year, and was not simply because he had passed away. He would have won that award in any year. That's just kind of how I feel about that. In any year, at any state of being, he would have won that award. And it's just a masterpiece of a film. It's not something you can say a lot about superhero movies. And I think that this falls into something like other ones where there is sort of a bias as to what constitutes that kind of thing. I think we've gotten really far past that, where because people have more of a voice that they are hearing, oh, a best picture is a best picture, not a specific type of picture. So I think that we have gotten to the point where this definitely would have. I mean, it would have that year if it had been expanded, but it's a brilliant film that I love. One of my favorite directors, and I could talk forever about this, but I'm gonna let it go.
No, I think it's perfect, and I do think until a recent film came out that did win Best Picture, it was my favorite Nolan film. Not just because it's superhero and it was fun, and I saw it at the right age, but this is the movie that made me want to like watch movies on a deeper level than just like go to the movies every now and then with my mom and dad. Like this was like a movie that like I was like, okay, I need to go study this. I need to see what this is about. I need to watch other Prestige pictures. I need to watch, oddly enough, Prestige being another Nolan film. But yeah, like
that's my favorite Nolan film.
Yeah, so it's such a good pick. And again, like it is one that is not just a personal pick because you love it, but it actually changed the way the Academy nominates their amount of films. Like that is huge. The fact that a single comic book movie that is the second in a trilogy got the Academy to change their ways is really amazing. And I just want to say what the nominees were. It was Slumdog Millionaire winning the award, and then it was also The Curious Case of Benjamin Button, Frost Nixon, Milk, and The Reader. And I can tell you at least one of those is considered one of the worst Best Picture nominees of all time. I have not seen many of them, so I can't really speak on it.
Which one was that?
The Reader.
It's definitely The Reader, even though I think it's a good movie. I need to revisit that because I don't understand that logic. Because it was a good movie back then, at least.
Yeah, so very surprising that it didn't get nominated. But there's also, I picked Eternal Sunshine because it's more personal to me, but also like I was so close to picking Dark Knight just because it's the most iconic snub I think of all time. But also there's another movie that also got snubbed that year that some people say combined with the Dark Knight added to the Academy changing their ways. So we'll have to see if someone else picks that one. Chad's the only one who has a picture left to pick, so maybe he'll pick that one. But Dan, what are your thoughts on the Dark Knight?
Yeah, it's my favorite comic book movie of all time. It's an absolute phenomenal movie. I would definitely say kick The Reader out because you still can give Kate Winslet the Oscar for Best Actress. You don't have to have it in Best picture to not give her the Oscar for Best Actress.
Yeah.
That there's no qualification. Say, oh, she can't be in Best Actress because the reader's not in Best Picture. Bunch of baloney. Dark Knight should have been in Best Picture because it was clearly one of the best movies of the year that year in all kinds of technical categories, acting categories, you name it, everything. So that's a bunch of bull. Yeah, they want to give Kate Winslet the Oscar because she's been nominated like 6 times up till that point. Finally, give it to her for the reader of all things. But not ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous that The Dark Knight doesn't get nominated. As soon as I saw it, I'll tell you, July 18th of 2008 at the Epic Theater in Deltona, Florida, at midnight, I was like, are you kidding me? Did I just see what I thought I saw? I could not believe what I was watching. It was like one of the greatest movies I had ever seen up until that point. And it was a comic book movie because it was just so grounded in reality, and it's just so realistic in its writing and its direction and everything, So yeah, absolutely terrible. Good pick. I knew one of you guys were going to pick it. I thought Matt was going to go for it, but that was in my top 3 picks for picture. So I've already gotten 3 of my top 5 taken out. So
there you go.
There's a reason why I have them.
I will just say, if I can, since you've listed the nominees, I would have taken out basically everything but Slumdog Millionaire and Milk for this to place. Actually, I would have taken them all out for this place because this is my favorite of those.
Right.
But I do think that Milk and Slumdog Millionaire deserve their nominations. And Curious Case of Benjamin Button is my least favorite movie from one of my favorite directors. So,
interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Very cool. Carly, what are your thoughts on Dark Knight?
Yeah, I'm not the biggest Nolan girl. So this isn't like my favorite, but like, I mean, Heath Ledger's performance in this is just crazy, and like the fact that it changed Oscars history, like it has to be represented somewhere in this draft because it just had such a big effect. And it's a great film. I just I'm not the biggest Nolan girl because he's not the best with writing women. So, but it doesn't make the movie less good. It's still a fantastic movie. It's just not one I revisit a whole time. So
yeah, Chad, thoughts on The Dark Knight?
I mean, when the Academy changes how they do things because they're like, yeah, we fucked up, then that it's the correct choice for this draft. Like, you had to pick that. And like, it's just, I don't know, even if you don't, love like Christopher Nolan, I think it's just like, this is kind of undeniable, just like the level that he went to make a comic book movie. It's like, this is like one of the best crime movies ever made. And then it's like, because of that, it's also like a comic book movie. It's like, it's just going to elevate comic book movies. And, because of that, like, it has to be represented. And I know it was with Heath Ledger and stuff like that, but like, it has to be, 10. And like you guys are saying, in a year that doesn't seem like it's like the strongest of years, is not 1994 or anything like that. So I feel like this is just one of the best made movies. It just like kind of changed the game. And Dan pulled a Scott Mance and remembered the day he saw it. And I also remember my time going to see it. Carrie and I standing in line outside the theater, for a while, and then sitting in the theater for a while, and they would only play that one Jason Mraz song.
They played 4 songs on loop for like 3 hours.
But Jason Mraz was heavily featured because it was like the most popular song.
Yeah.
And it was just like, you guys don't have any other songs. You don't have.
We don't entertain ourselves.
They didn't have a Spotify, so
That's funny.
anyways, it was such a great experience that it's just like, how did this not get nominated? It was just insane.
Yeah.
Like, you didn't have to have 10 nominees or 8 nominees to nominate this.
True. Yeah, that's the thing too. It's like, yeah, no, you could have just nominated it with the 5. You didn't even need to change the rules for it. Like, just make it one of your 5. I also want to say, like, yes, we're talking about Heath Ledger, but it also won sound editing, and it was nominated for cinematography, film editing, art direction, makeup, sound mixing, visual effects. So it wasn't like it wasn't on the radar. Like, it's kind of like the Eternal Sunshine thing of like
that's a package. They talk about packages, right? Nowadays, if that's not a package for Best Picture nomination, I don't know what is.
Right, like it had the nominees to back it up. So, great pick, Matt. Excellent first round pick, and now you get another pick in the second round. So I hope you get your first pick at one of these other ones.
Oh, this one's tough. No, I'm not getting my first pick of acting. Yeah, but I think I'm gonna go with acting. Oh gosh, but that's deeper. Hold on, I should have already had this. I'm sorry. No, I think I'm gonna go with. There's another one that's higher than this. We've already talked about this movie, and I'll get it around if I need to. But I'm gonna go with Adam Sandler and Uncut Gems as a pick. I am not the biggest Sandler fan. I know there are some people who are much bigger Sandler fans on this panel than me. Not a huge Sandler fan. But however, I do almost always go for Sandler when he is doing a dramatic performance. This is weird. He's way better at being a dramatic actor than he is at being a comedic actor, in my opinion. This one is just the pinnacle of his acting career. It's the best he has ever been. The Safdie brothers crafted this tense, gritty, almost unbearable movie, and put a comedian in the role. Of course, he had been known for doing dramatic roles at that time, but put someone in there that some people might have said, "Are you sure?" Because this requires a very fine touch because of how tense this movie is. And he delivered a performance just as tense, just as unbearable, just exactly what the movie needed. And it was an outrage when the nominations came through and he was not among that list. I think it's funny that he said, if I'm not nominated, I'm going to make the worst movie I've ever made or something like that. And then he did, I think. I don't remember what came out after that, but he made something
he made
awful.
3 of them. Yeah.
Yeah. He signed a deal with Netflix to make the worst movies ever or some shit. It was egregious, as Dan would say.
Here you go. He made The Wrong Missy. He wasn't in that, but he helped produce it. He made Hubie Halloween, which I think some people like. Hustle, which was good. But Murder Mystery 2 was not very well reviewed. Leo was Spaceman wasn't very well reviewed either. Happy Gilmore 2 is, in my opinion, one of the worst films of last year. So I think he didn't make the worst film of all time. Chad always makes faces at me. The worst film of all time, but he did make. I don't think he made another Uncut Gems after Uncut Gems, if that makes sense. Even Hustle, which I think is a good performance, is not at the level of Uncut Gems.
Did he make one of his Drew Barrymore movies after that? That was garbage.
No, I think those all came. Oh, maybe was she in Murder Mystery? I have no idea.
Didn't they go on a vacation to Africa or something like that?
That was beforehand. That was Blended or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was awful.
Yeah, just want to say though, the other nominees, just to bring it up while we're at it. So Matt, you can talk on that as well. Joaquin Phoenix wins for the Joker, my least favorite performance of his. Antonio Banderas, Pain and Glory. Leonardo DiCaprio, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Adam Driver in Marriage Story, and then Jonathan Pryce in The Two Popes. I definitely think you could have squeezed Adam Sandler in there, at least over probably 3 of them in my opinion. But yeah.
I love Joaquin Phoenix's performance as a Joker. I think it deserved to win that year. I probably would have given it to Joaquin still, even if Adam Sandler had been nominated.
Yeah.
However, I probably would have put him in over everyone except Adam Driver. Probably. I think that Adam Driver, Joaquin Phoenix, and Adam Sandler are the 3. Those are the 3 best lead actor performances that year for me. So.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's good.
What was the Two Popes? What was the other?
Jonathan Pryce, Two Popes. Antonio Banderas, Pain and Glory was the other one.
Oh,
and
he was
Leo
great
for
in
Once
Pain
Upon a
and
Time.
Glory, but I still would have put Adam Sandler.
Yeah, it's just such a unique performance as well because of who he is and the types of movies he does. So when he does a movie that's more prestige, it should be like an alarm of everyone. Like, okay, he did it. Let's do it. And he's done it a few times since, like Hustle and Jay Kelly, where people were like, oh, this could have buzz, and then it just never pans out. And sadly, I think Uncut Gems was probably the one to do it for him. I hope he has one more in him that could get him an actual like nomination. Not to say he's at the end of his career, but I do think, if they didn't bite for Uncut Gems, I don't know what will. But let's hope. I don't know.
Well, you guys got the Oscars. You guys got the Oscars episode of Pictures This coming, Dylan, and he was in a decent movie this year. I mean, he's got it in him to give good performances.
Yeah.
It's the one with George Clooney.
Jay Kelly. Yeah,
Jay Kelly. He's good in that movie.
Yeah.
He can give good performance if he's got good direction and a good script. He can give good performances.
Oh yeah.
So you never know. Don't count it out for him to potentially get one day.
Absolutely. Chad, as a resident Sandler head here, what do you think of this pick?
I think it's a great pick. I mean, I know Dylan was rattling off, some other ones, could be potential other picks, but there was a pick that I won't say. There was a movie that came up before Uncut Gems that I also would have nominated him for, but that was like the first movie that, they would have said, anything about, Sandler being like a dramatic actor, but then Uncut Gems, like there's no excuse there. Like that's the one where he's already before established he could do this. And then he's done it, not time and time again, but like different times, even in some of his comedies. I think he gives like performances that aren't just funny, but have depth to them. And then here he kind of like transforms himself to like another guy and actually gives, an Academy level performance, and that everyone is talking about. And then they still dangle the string and then just don't give it. And then just like, yeah, we're just kidding. We're not actually going to do that. That would be silly. He's Adam Sandler. He's a man child. He just goes, just a little bit to do and stuff. And we don't give a shit about that. And that's not something we can nominate. And it's just like, when will freaking like comedians like this get like, the time of day? And it just doesn't happen for some people. And like Dylan said, I don't know if it ever will for him. But regardless, it's still like a beloved performance. It's still a beloved movie at the end of the day. But yeah, I agree. It should have got a nomination.
Yeah. It was also number 2 on my list, Matt. So you made the good draft pick as well.
Oh, nice. Good. I will say that just real quick. Sorry. You had mentioned like there are some of his comedies that he would have been possibly up for. I don't think it's going to tip a pick, but I would say Wedding Singer is the only one of his comedies that I probably would have considered his performance worthy of that. Happy Gilmore is my favorite Adam Sandler movie, and I liked Happy Gilmore too. Bad Bunny was woefully snubbed at the Pickles this year for supporting actor because that dude makes that movie. That dude is the highlight of that movie.
You know what? That could have been a really...
Was Benny Safdie nominated for a Razzie? He deserved it.
But that honestly was a very tough snub for Pickle Awards. Honestly, I could have given him the trifecta. He wins Album of the Year at the Grammys, gets to perform at the Super Bowl, and then winning a Pickle Award. I snubbed him of that honor, the trifecta, the Triple Crown, if you will. I didn't love how alcoholism was kind of mocked and made a joke of, but that's again like
I
it's
agree
an Adam
with
Sandler
that.
Comedy. So
I will say just real quick, I agree with that. I didn't like how they fridged Veronica.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
I didn't like those two things, but as a fan of Happy Gilmore, like it's touched so much of me that it was hard.
Yeah, that's fair.
But yes, I agree. I agree with both of those things you said.
Yeah. Carly, thoughts on Adam Sandler? Uncut Gems?
No, I think it's a good pick. It wasn't on my personal list, but I definitely remember his performance that year. Like I didn't feel the injustice of it. It wasn't egregious to me. But I definitely think. And I do wonder if like they were biased against him because of his comedy background and just couldn't think of him as a serious actor. But yeah, no, I think it's definitely a good pick.
Yeah. Alrighty, y'all. My number two, my number one acting pick. Adam Sandler is my number two. I'm very happy I get my number one because in my lifetime, there's no acting snub that I remember being as viscerally shocked by. Not even angered by, in the sense that like I wanted her to win the Oscar or anything, but I was just so shocked, could not believe my eyes that a person who got nominated for BAFTA, SAG, Critics' Choice, won the Best Actress at National Board of Review, was nominated for a Golden Globe, an ACTA award, and was a frontrunner to potentially get the Oscar win after already being nominated 4 or 5 times. When they did not name Amy Adams as one of the 5 Oscar nominees for Arrival, I was shocked. And I remember this moment being just such a shock, because she was also the first name to be called, because her last name is Adams, that they immediately went Isabelle Huppert first. And I remember being like, whoa. I was like, maybe they're going by film title, so they started with L. But L-E comes after A for Arrival, so I knew it was over. And then they're listing off all the names: Ruth Negga for Loving, Natalie Portman for Jackie, Meryl Streep for Florence Foster Jenkins, and then Emma Stone for La La Land. And like, yes, Emma Stone was a frontrunner all season. Natalie Portman was kind of in the mix, and many people had Amy Adams at either number 2 or 3. But no one thought she was even in the ballpark for a snub. No one even thought there was a potential that she would get snubbed. Also, because the movie was nominated for so many awards, including Best Picture and I believe Best Director as well. No, actually, yes, Best Director as well. That was the only movie he did get nominated for. But more on that later. But yeah, I do think that was such a crazy snub, and I wasn't even the biggest fan of that movie at the time. I think I've grown on it a lot since, and I'm excited to rewatch it this year actually for the retrospective. But I don't see a world where, no offense, but Meryl Streep needs her 20-something Oscar for Florence Foster Jenkins, which is a good performance, but also like not necessarily the best of her upper echelon of performances. Some would say it's even the worst performance in that movie, because Hugh Grant is so good in that. But like, I don't understand it. It's maybe a sci-fi bias, but it's not, because you also have other performances, not this year, but other sci-fi performances getting nominated that year. It was also the same year as Nocturnal Animals, so she had another film that also was in her favor. Like, there's no reason statistically that she should have gotten snubbed. And then emotionally, too, I felt so bad, because this was her time. It was like, she's been nominated so many times, she'll finally win. And then after this, it's like, well, we'll give her a nomination for Hillbilly Elegy. And I'm like, well, she's not going to win for that. Like, and I don't even know if she actually got nominated for Hillbilly. I think Glenn Close did. But again, like, since then...
Glenn Close did, yeah.
Yeah, but she got nominated for Vice, I believe, after this. But that was it. Like, after this, she hasn't only gotten nominated for Vice. She hasn't gotten nominated for all these other performances. And I feel like now she's in a rut where every time a movie's coming out, it's always like, oh, is Amy Adams going to finally get nominated again and win? And then, like, what's the Night Bitch, I believe it's called, like, came out, and everyone was like, it could happen. And they were like, it's just not her time. And, she has another film coming out. Another film, she's very good in that, but like another film coming out this year that she's supposedly really good in, but it's also just like, it doesn't feel like the right one. This felt like the right one, especially because a lot of her other roles, she wasn't like the headliner of, it was, American Hustle, where she was a supporting player, or The Fighter, where, obviously Christian Bale was getting a lot of the glory for that. Like, it felt like this was the one where it's like, this is her movie. She's going to get nominated, and she could win. Emma Stone's still relatively fresh. Like, Amy Adams has done her time more. And I don't believe in that argument of, like, you did your time, you deserve the Oscar. I know a lot of us don't. But in her case, it was warranted because the performance is great. So it's a shocker for me, especially because, like, movies like Elle, Loving, Florence Foster Jenkins, even Jackie were not these huge, like, Best Picture titles. The only one there that makes sense over her in terms of statistics is La La Land, because it's La La Land. Like, the other 4 movies were not represented in Best Picture, and not a lot of above the lines either. I think Jackie got some costume nominations, Loving got a screenplay nomination, but, like, Arrival was everywhere on the Oscars, in every category almost. So it just did not make sense that Arrival gets nominated for all these Oscars, and then Amy Adams is the one they're like, but she doesn't. Like, I'm like, it pisses me off so much. So I hope I made my case. Amy Adams is my pick.
I remember that, just like you, because it was the AAA situation. Every part of that should have been the first thing announced, no matter how they alphabetized it. Title. Yeah. Yeah. Every aspect, no matter how they were alphabetizing it, should have put her first, and then she wasn't, and it was insane. Arrival was my favorite movie of that year, she was a big part of that, and she was one of my favorite performances from that year. I absolutely was the same. I was just like, what is happening? I remember trying to figure out, are they doing this one in a different order?
Did they nominate her for
no-
actor by mistake? Like
Yeah, exactly. Like
Casey
she's
Affleck,
not
Amy
a
Adams.
supporting
Oh,
actor. Like I don't know what's happening. Yeah, it was insane, and I this is a good one. It's on my list because I remember specifically watching those announcements and just being enraged by that.
yeah. Carly, thoughts on Amy Adams?
You sniped this from me, Dale. This was my
Yes!
next pick. Because I was looking at the performance and I was like, oh, I love Amy. I love her
I'm
so
sorry.
much.
I'm sorry.
And it's fine. Shut up. Let me give you shit. You ruined it by apologizing.
Okay, sorry.
But no, I love Amy Adams so much. And like I'm so annoyed that her like window isn't open right now. She's not doing the Oscar movies. She's not like in there doing something. And on top of this, Arrival is such a good movie. I won't say if it was my favorite because I get to be on Picture This for the retrospective, and I'm very excited. But it is very high up there for me. I really love Arrival. And like she's so good. She is just like it's not a flashy lead performance, but she's just like the heart and soul of that movie. And it just kills me that she wasn't even nominated. And like she probably wouldn't have won again because you said Olivia Colman won that year.
No, it was Emma Stone, La La Land.
Emma Stone. Oh, well, same thing. Both those powerhouses are just like if they're in there, it's going to be pretty hard to get the win. But oh God, just the fact that she wasn't even like an option, it's just got to me. It's a fantastic pick because like yeah, she so deserved it.
Yeah. Dan, you had something to say on Amy Adams?
Yeah, this is. I mean, I had it on. I on all my studying that I was doing. I seen it. It kept on popping up. And I'm like, God. But it wasn't like one of the biggest ones that was like on my top of my list of ones that I wanted to pick. But it's egregious. It's terrible. It's terrible. Amy Adams, she's been an actress that you say to yourself, how is she going to get around not getting nominated for movies? You know, I thought, oh, she's going to be in a biopic about this 70s music singer, but she can't sing. So what are they going to do? Dub her voice? You know, it's just like in Night Bitch. I like Night Bitch a lot, but it didn't translate to a lot of people. You know what I mean? It's like, what are we going to do? Because we love Amy Adams. And like you said, this does make a lot of sense as such a terrible snub. You know what I mean? So yeah, good point. Good pick and good point by Carly.
Yeah, I think she can sing pretty well, though. I mean, Enchanted, she's very good in that.
Yeah, but she's not going to have a grunge rock and roll singer's voice
for that style. Yeah, well, who knows? And if she does, then give her the Oscar. Yeah,
right. Well, she could have trained for it. I will say, just because I forgot that I was going to mention Florence Foster, whatever the fuck that movie was.
Garbage.
Is I think one of her worst performances. I think it's fine. That movie was not very good, and she was not very good in it. And so that was for this year, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was considered the one that she like replaced.
In no universe would I have put her in front of Amy Adams.
Yeah,
and there is a kind of connection between the two, you guys, that going back years prior, Julie and Julia, where they're playing in the same movie. One's playing Julia Child, the other's playing Julia, who has to go through this cookbook and cook all of Julia. I thought Meryl did deserve the nomination and possibly win for playing Julia Child that year. And then, so there was kind of a tie to these two actresses in a way, if you kind of think about it.
Yeah. Chad.
Well, first off, I think maybe the moment of the draft is going to end up being Carly yelling at Dylan because I didn't have that on my bingo card. So that's pretty awesome that happened. But it's because like it's Carly, so it's just funny. Anyways, I agree with this pick. Resident Buffy actress Amy Adams is just incredible, and it's just weird that she's been nominated a lot, but like never won. And then now here we're like talking about one of her big movies that got a Best Picture nomination. You said got other nominations and was just seen by so many people as one of the best, if not the best movie of that year. I wouldn't say that. I don't know if I'd say it's better than Moonlight, but it's definitely up there. Like it's in the conversation. Like it's one of those like sci-fi movies that's just like, whoa, you know. It's like different than any other sci-fi movie I've ever really seen, which is so cool. And you know, she's the heart of that movie, and she like does so much in that movie, and all of the like emotion is on her. And it's just like, you know, especially because, you know, I mean, it just feels like a true snub. Like some of these we might be like wishing snubs, and we might be like, you know, that was snubbed, but it wasn't like in the conversation at all. This was like in the conversation, and Dylan was like shocked by it, which tells me that it's like a true snub. And then, you know, I think just like should have happened. And like you said, you know, I mean, I'm sure she'll get one day, but like I don't know, maybe not. Maybe that was her moment and it's past now.
Hope not. All right, Carly, you get the
real quick.
Yeah.
Matt, Janis Joplin. They gave it to what's her name from the Descendants. They transitioned from Shailene Woodley. They gave that to her because she's younger, and I guess Amy Adams had passed via the age kind of thing they were going to go for. That's who they had cast as Janis Joplin. We'll see how it turns out.
I'd like to see it. Interesting. Yeah. All right, Carly, you're up. I know I took your actor. I'm sorry, but you get two more.
Okay. Stop apologizing. Stop it. All right. I mean, I have a lot of choices here. Okay, I will go with the other snub that also feels egregious to me. A more recent one. I am gonna go with Daniel Deadweiler for Till.
And you just took my other one, so there you go. We were.
I mean, what do you even like? This movie destroyed me, and like she destroys you when you're watching this movie. Like it just, and like I just don't get it. I don't remember exactly what the nominees were that year.
I can tell you.
Yeah, tell me.
This was the two Leslie year. So if you remember the shocker Andrea Riseborough, that was that year. Yeah, it was one sec. It was Michelle Yeoh won that year for Everything Everywhere All at Once. This was also the year that Cate Blanchett was considered as a potential winner for Tar. Ana de Armas for Blonde, Andrea Riseborough for Two Leslie, and Michelle Williams in a supporting role as the lead in The Fabelmans. And I know that's controversial to say, but if it's about Steven Spielberg's childhood and he is the lead of the film, I think his mother is a poor supporting role. We've had that debate, but I think you could have put Michelle in supporting and put Daniel Deadweiler here, or you could have put Daniel Deadweiler in replacement of Ana de Armas or Andrea Riseborough.
Yeah, I would say that
Andrea Riseborough deserved it. She was incredible in that movie. That's all I'm going to say. Okay. But yes, Ana de Armas, take her out.
Yes. That is a fairly stacked year, but still, just the fact that she didn't. God, it just killed me. Like she was so good in that movie. And
a Pickle Award winner for Best Actress that year. Just saying.
Thank God she got something. And yeah, it's just I don't even really have words. It's just like it's such an important story and such a great film, and like she just kills it. The fact that she wasn't even nominated, and like she probably wouldn't have won. I think Michelle Yeoh would have taken it, but like just she should have been there. She should have been in the conversation. So. Do you know what precursors she had, Dill? Was it a shock? When I can't remember. Was it a shock?
She was definitely like in the 4 or 5 slot. Like she was definitely on the bubble. Some people thought. I think the thing is the Andrea Riseborough of it all was why it stung so much, just because she was on no one's radar, hadn't gotten any precursors, and the fashion in which she got nominated was kind of shocking for some. Obviously shocking for some. She was only nominated for the BAFTA and SAG. Well, that's two big things, but BAFTA and SAG. She didn't get. Oh, she also got Critics' Choice. She was Critics' Choice, BAFTA, SAG. So, I mean, that's everything. She didn't get Golden Globe. That was the thing that everyone was like, interesting. But, I mean, she didn't get Golden Globe. Pish posh, you know?
That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. That whole look, Matt, I appreciate that you like Andrew Riseborough and Two Leslie. That was a bunch of baloney how they campaigned. Come over to my house, have a party. We'll play the movie. Then you'll vote for her to go in. And then shady business dealings on the nomination deal, and that's how Andrea Riseborough gets in there. First of all, the other thing is, it was Cate Blanchett was like, "Oh, I'm so sick of this dog and pony show." Da da da. Everybody had Kate Blanchett winning that year for Tar. Lydia Tar was on everybody's mind. And then, of course, nope, I don't like the dog and pony show anymore. Da-da-da-da. Boom. Michelle Yeoh slips in there, grabs the win. That whole year was ridiculous. And they did the same thing, Carly, the next year or like a year or two later with
The
the
piano
girl
lesson.
from the Indian movie, Scorsese's
Killers of the Flower Moon.
Killers
Killers of
of-
the Flower-
they did the same thing. Stop putting the supporting people in the lead. It's ridiculous. Stop it. Because she had no business. Michelle Williams had no business being a lead actress, and neither did the girl from Killers of the Flower Moon. It's terrible. I don't know why they keep doing that.
Yeah, category fraud is its own conversation, because I think there are some that think like, no, it is her movie and Sammy Fabelman is supporting her, or it's a co-shared thing. Like, I don't want to get into the semantics of that. It's just my opinion. But either way, if Michelle Williams is there, like, you still have room for Danielle Deadwyler as well, is the point.
Yeah.
Not even for Andrea Riseborough's sake, but as Matt said, Ana de Armas too. I haven't seen Blonde yet. That was before I started doing the Death Race, so I never saw Blonde, so I can't speak on it. But
I
She's
would
good
never
in the
tell
movie.
somebody not
She's
to watch
good
a
in the movie. She's good in the movie. The movie itself as a whole isn't great.
yeah, Matt, you're thinking what I'm thinking, right? Like, it got nominated for a Razzie, right? So
Yeah.
yeah, so yeah, I don't know.
I would never tell somebody not to watch a movie. And that's all I'm going to say about Blonde.
Yeah.
Just I haven't seen two. I expected. I didn't see it because I expected to watch it for the Death Race, and then I didn't have to watch it for the Death Race. And then I was so busy with that I never got around to it, and then I still haven't watched it. So I don't.
That
know
was your
anything about
reminder. Your reminder to watch the tail just for
This is
yourself.
my reminder. You actually remind me quite often. It's just I never it's never when I'm like available to watch.
That's why
it.
you got to
So-
do the Pickles Death Race, Matt. That's the one that matters.
Uh,
I'm kidding.
I think I gave Dylan.
You only give me like
God,
2 weeks.
a
I know.
digital code. Chad, did you get that
Um,
digital code for me of Till a while back?
I can't remember.
Yeah, I
Maybe
gave you,
I
I
did.
posted it so you could see it, and you're like, "Yeah, thanks, man," because I didn't have Apple. I didn't have the Apple thing, so I couldn't get digital codes on Apple, which sucks. I don't know why they're only on Apple.
Yeah.
You put them
Now,
on
what were-
everything.
What were you gonna say about Tilda? Or
Oh,
I guess
sorry,
Tilda.
I haven't seen Till. I love Danielle Deadwyler, so I will always say yes. Nominate her for whatever. If I may, about Andrea Riseborough, it sucks that is the story around that,
Mhm.
because that's not the only performance that has ever been nominated because of that. Because of that kind of fraud. That kind of fraud happens all the time. They got
Right.
caught doing the fraud. That's what happened.
I think this is such a low profile movie that was on no one's radars, and it just automatically beep,
Right.
You know, that's
they
why.
got
Yeah.
caught doing the fraud. She didn't even do it. It was her friend who did it. So it's not.
Yeah.
Regardless, her performance in that movie, if it had been a movie that we watched and was like, oh wow, that should never have been nominated, like that would be one thing. She is so good in that movie. Like, it's hard to be mad at it. I'm not going to say that. I would say Ana de Armas is fine in Blonde. She's way better than the movie is. She's not better than most people who acted that year. So including people who also weren't nominated.
Yeah.
Definitely should not have been nominated there. Michelle Williams, it's hard to say. It's hard to know where the line is on certain things. For me, Lily Gladstone, is that her name?
Yes.
From
Yeah.
Ghost of Flower Moon, was the lead of that movie. That was her movie, even though it was even though she was not there for a lot of it. In the same way that Hannibal Lecter is one of the leads of Silence of the Lambs. Anyway, we're not talking about those. I just I think that the category situation was part of it, but there were plenty of ways to get her in there.
Yeah.
that this should not that should have been the least of our worries about
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Chad.
Okay, well, first, we'll talk more about Andrew Riseborough when we do the shouldn't have been nominated draft day. Just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Oh,
Just
I
kidding.
was like, oh boy.
I'm making them up now. No, but like I actually agree. I really liked her performance, and I think it's fun because like the Academy, like when things get nominated, it's like we just have like the industry just goes and decides what's the best. And it's just like that's just kind of annoying a lot of the times when you're like, there's so many other cool things that could get nominated, but like the general public or no one has a say in anything. So it's like, but who watches the movies? Like they don't even watch a lot of the movies sometimes. Like they just feel like obligated to watch the movies. But we're the ones that watch the movies. Maybe we should have a say in what gets nominated, but we don't. And so I think like a kind of a what do you call it? Like a guerrilla, like ground level nomination feels kind of cool to be honest. And I would be mad about it if she didn't deserve it and it just felt random. But this one, like I'm like, wow, that's actually a pretty great performance. That being said, Daniel Deadweiler, I do agree, should have been nominated because I think Till, it's if you watch it, Matt, it's like such a rough movie to watch because of the subject matter. It's like really, really hard to watch. And it's very anger inducing. Reminds me of stuff like Mudbound, things like that, where it's just like, oh my God, like, why are people like this? But yeah, she brings a lot of humanity to that movie. And just like when you think of like, because like the real person, Till's mom, Emmett Till's mom, had to not only like deal with something horrific like that happening to her child, but then having to be so strong to say, you need to look at what they did to my child because, this is the only thing that these things ever change is you need to see this brutality like firsthand or on the news or something like that to actually change minds because people don't change their minds if they can't see it. And I think that's like so selfless of a thing to do. And so shout out to the real Emmett Till's mom and Emmett Till himself and the performers in this film because it's very powerful. And I agree with I don't agree with the snub. I agree with the
pick. Yeah.
The pick.
Yeah, cool. Well, you got to give us your pick next, Chad. So what is it going to be?
All right. So this is not like a true snub, but I don't think in the fact that around that time people were like, that's definitely getting nominated. And then it doesn't get nominated. This is I guess like Matt was talking about, like years down the road, we see the impact of a film like this. And we go, wait a second, that might be one of the best written movies of all time. So I'm going to go screenplay.
Oh, your tech.
And yes, my tech. And there's so many of them that I could pick for this. I have a few written down, but I'm going to go with one of my favorite movies of all time. And I'm going to say Scream should have gotten a screenplay nomination. I think Kevin Williamson should have been in the audience for the Oscars. I'm not saying necessarily should have won. I can't remember what actually won in 96.
Pulling it up right now. Yeah.
But I mean, you look at like films that like have such a legacy and you think about like something like this that was written like I think such an expert level that it changed the genre. And I know it's the horror genre, so people could like maybe roll their eyes about it, or at least in 1996 they did, especially because horror was kind of like dying in that era and Scream was the thing that saved it. So of the time, as like Matt was talking about before, like we're not doing a 5 years later Oscar nomination. It's always in the time. So things might get missed because, Scream, I think in the time wasn't evaluated as a game changer like it is today, or it was even 5 years after it came out. But looking as a woulda, coulda, shoulda mentality, like Scream, like there's not many films that are as influential as this, especially in a genre like horror, and just changing the game. And then you like look at the screenplay the screenplay category just in general, and you look at other films that were nominated, and I look at things that are other genre films like Beverly Hills Cop, and I'm like, that's like a fun buddy cop, like action comedy movie that got nominated. Knives Out, I think that got a screenplay nomination too, didn't it? And Scream is also a whodunit. Why is something like Knives Out getting a nomination but not Scream? Whereas I think they both are brilliant on their level of, mystery, whodunit, red herrings, and just so many like iconic scenes and lines and depth too. I think there's a lot of really good depth in this where you can like read the screenplay and pick things out and go, that was really brilliant. I do think like Wes Craven elevated the screenplay, but still in the screenplay, it's just so brilliant. Like that is like the foundation that movie was created on. And I think it should have got a nomination because, there's like rarely a person that you can say Scream is one of the best horror movies ever made that will give you shit about it because it's just that well renowned. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'll just tell you the nominations real quick because then I have to run and grab my charger real quick. But original screenplay that year, which I assume it would have been up for, right? It's not been adapted on anything. Okay. The winner is Fargo, Joel and Ethan Coen. The nominees are Jerry Maguire by Cameron Crowe, Lone Star, written by John Sayles, Secret and Lies, written by Mike Lee, obviously, and then Shine, written by Jan Sardi and Scott Hicks. So a pretty stacked category, but I haven't seen Lone Star. Actually, I haven't seen a bunch of those, but
I'm going to say
Lone Star is free on Tubi and Fandango at home.
I wouldn't say necessarily that Scream should have won over Fargo. So that's another one of the best screenplays I've ever seen or read. And but I'm sure there's at least one in there that we could have thrown out, especially when you look at Kevin Williamson and how touted he was after Scream came out to come in and like rewrite everybody's screenplays because they're in do treatments for stuff because they're like, well, Scream is one of the best movies I've ever seen. So
yeah, there you go. All right, I'm gonna grab a charger. Go ahead, guys.
It's been a long time since I've seen Lone Star, so I don't know that I remember it well enough to say this for sure. But I started out thinking, yes, I love that movie. Obviously, I'm a huge Scream fan, but I don't know that I necessarily would have nominated it. But I can say that I might have nominated it over Lone Star. But again, I haven't seen Lone Star in so long that I can't really remember.
I've seen it now twice in the last year, Lone Star, for various reasons. And I actually would agree with Chad. I think you definitely put screenplay in there instead of Lone Star. Now, Scream 7, forget about it. That's trash. I'd throw that in the trash right now and take a leak on it and burn it because that screenplay is terrible. That movie, oh, God, don't get me started. But, yeah, I agree with you. I think this – because you want originality. You want some originality in some of these categories. That is one of the most original screenplays, obviously now, like 8 movies in, 7 movies in, and all kinds of different types of horror movies now we've seen since then. But at that time, that was really to make fun of horror and just kind of play with the idea of the killers and stuff like that. Yeah, that's a groundbreaking script. Yeah.
Yeah, the other 4 I probably would have left in, but Lone Star, from my recollection, I probably would have taken out and I could see Scream being in there and not thinking that was
It's a good little movie. It's a good little movie. The screenplay didn't blow me away when I was thinking. There's a mystery in it. I won't get involved with it if you haven't seen it. Dylan hasn't seen it yet. But there's a mystery involved.
I've seen Scream.
Lone Star.
Okay,
Lone Star.
I came in at the weird time. I didn't hear the beginning.
Yeah,
of the
Lone Star.
Okay,
But it's a good movie.
It's
a good movie.
I won't watch the new one, but I've seen it. I've seen Scream.
Yeah, no, I recommend seeing Lone Star. It's a good movie.
Yeah,
but I don't see the screenplay being better than Scream, though.
Yeah. Anyone else needs to talk on Scream? Carly, have you talked on Scream?
Yeah, I think I think that's a pretty good pick. Like you said, it's not like a snub in the traditional sense, but I definitely think that the screenplay category would have been stronger if they had been able to sub Scream in there somewhere. I think that would have been a pretty cool. I don't know how often horror screenplays even been nominated before.
Get Out. Am I not wrong?
But before 1996, though.
Before, yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't think they had. Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean maybe
Was the
Silence of the Lambs and Exorcist.
The
Maybe,
Exorcist.
yeah.
Those,
Yeah.
two, but
Oh,
those are
that's
best
right.
picture. Those are best picture nominees. But like studio, like kind of more
But-
modern horror films like that, like slashers and stuff like that. No,
And those two were also adapted.
right, exactly.
Good point.
Original
Yeah.
horror. Cool. Yeah. Scream off the board. Dan, you get 2 picks back to back. What are you gonna do first?
I cannot believe this has got back around to me. You guys, I'm literally sweating, and I've been sweating this entire time, knowing it was going to go 8 picks before it came back to me, and not a single one of you guys. And I know some of you guys have rules on what you're going to pick and what you weren't going to pick, but I mean, I think it's one of the most obvious, most egregious snubs in the history of the Academy Awards. I mean, any category, anything. How Alfred Hitchcock has never been nominated for Best Director is ridiculous. Ridiculous.
You do have to pick one film to represent.
No, I know. I
Yeah,
am.
okay.
I know. I'm picking one. I'm picking one film. One film. I knew. I mean, the one for me is Psycho. I think if Psycho takes a genre that really hadn't been really developed that well.
Wait, Dan, I'm gonna just stop you ahead. You can still talk about him, but he did get nominated for Psycho. I'm reading it right now.
What?
Sorry. Yeah, sorry. He did get 5 nominations for Rebecca, Lifeboat, Spellbound, Rear Window, and Psycho. So you can pick another one for him.
Oh, never
If
mind
you-
that.
He never won Best Director. I saw him on a lot of lists because as a snub because he's never won Best Director.
Oh,
but
so I
he
got
has been
That
somehow the
would have been
algorithm
egregious.
messed me up. The
But how
algorithm
did it
messed me up. And I even gave my list to Dylan.
I know. I'm sorry.
peruse.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I for some
Dylan,
reason
you screwed me over, man.
I didn't catch that. I'm sorry.
I was
I
looking
wanna
up
say
Psycho
Vertigo.
because I knew he had been nominated for Spellbound, and so I was trying to figure. But yeah.
No,
Yeah,
I gave my
that's my
entire
bad.
list to Dylan. I said, Dylan, go over the. I do not want to look like a fool.
Yeah, sorry. No, that's my fault. I missed that. I must have missed that. I probably because did you write down a film name or no?
Yeah, I got the films and the years.
Oh, see, maybe I just didn't realize he was not up for Psycho.
I'll
maybe-
use Vertigo then.
I was gonna say I thought I read Vertigo, so yeah, he wasn't nominated for Vertigo. I think honestly that's a better pick. So yeah.
I'll use Vertigo. Okay, I still love Psycho, but whatever. Sorry, I know Chad's like laughing at me over
That's
there.
my
now.
bad. That's my bad.
No, I'll use Vertigo because I for the longest time I think it's easily in the top 10 films of all time. Vertigo. Okay, I will transition to Vertigo. I think it's one of the most gorgeous films you'll ever see. It's got just beautiful cinematography, and the performances from Jimmy Stewart and Kim Novak are amazing in that movie. I think it made was it the Sight and Sound 2 lists ago was number 1?
Yeah,
Or
2
one-
lists ago was number 1. The most recent one it was number 2.
Yeah, Vertigo, Sight and Sound, number 1 movie of all time on the Sight and Sound list 2 years ago. This time around, it was number 2. So there's a reason why Vertigo is considered a great movie. But Hitchcock as a whole, he is this a great director. So I'll just use Vertigo. Why did the algorithm do that to me?
I don't know, because if you look at the articles, a lot of them have him at number 1 just because he's never won Best Director, and I think a lot of people consider him the most snubbed director ever because of that. But he did get nominated
Probably.
for those 5. I think that's probably why I skipped over it too. That's my bad as a fact checker. But I think Vertigo is the right pick only because it, like you said, if it's the number 2 film of all time as decided by hundreds of critics, and I know it's only a few hundred opinions, but it's like if that's your second best movie of all time and you're not even nominated for Best Director, I mean, it is egregious. Also because I think it's a much more directed. I don't want to say more directed than Psycho, but like Psycho, it's like it's Psycho's so perfect, but like Vertigo, there's so many interesting directing swings that you don't need to take with that film. Where Psycho, I feel like it lends it to itself with the screenplay. They're both amazing, but like I think Vertigo is such a technically masterful film that it doesn't make sense why that's not nominated for Best Director. I'm gonna find that year so I can tell you the nominees. But someone else talk about Vertigo. Carly, have you seen Vertigo?
Yes, I've seen Vertigo.
What do you think?
I think just in general, like nominating Hitchcock, like picking Hitchcock for a snub, I think it's a good pick. I have him in some other categories on my lists. Not him, but his movie. You know what
Oh
I'm saying.
boy, you're gonna love this lineup, Carly, because this is the year of Gigi. Vertigo. So Vertigo is I believe up for cinematography that year, and I think that might be it. Yeah, I don't even. No, it's not even up for cinematography that year. Oops, sorry if I tipped a pick.
That's the snub.
Yeah,
Full
if
snub.
if I tipped a pick, but it was up for sound. That's it. I think it was only up for sound that year. But the nominees are Vincente Minnelli wins for Gigi. Richard Brooks is nominated for Cat on a Hot Tin Roof. Stanley Kramer for The Defiant Ones. Robert Wise for I Want to Live, and Mark Robeson for The Inn of the Sixth Happiness. So
Well, I know who I would sub out there.
Oh my God, that's a terrible list compared to how good a movie Vertigo is. That's awful. I do like Cat on a Hot Tin Roof though.
Yeah. Matt, did you talk on Vertigo?
No.
I'm having Vertigo myself. I'm like, ooh.
No,
I can't believe I screwed that up.
Yeah, no, that's my bad. I'm yeah, sorry.
I have a weird take on Vertigo in that I think technically it's incredible, but as a movie, I just don't really like it very much. And that's mostly because, and I think the point of the film is part of my issue because it is about male aggression and stuff like that. But I think the film admires it a little bit too much, and that's my big problem.
That's right.
With the film. That's why it's hard for me to enjoy as a film. However, on a technical level, it was a game changer. Like it created types of shots that we still use today. It created a visual style that we hadn't seen yet and that we still use today. It is technically a masterpiece, even if I don't enjoy the film as much. Yeah. If you had said Best Picture, I don't know that I would have agreed. I think if you're talking director, I agree with that. If you had said cinematography, and maybe that's tipping a pick, but we've already talked about it.
Yeah, sorry.
That is the one that's the biggest. No, I mean that's fine, but I don't know that anybody's going to pick it. But if someone doesn't, that's the snub, like right there. Like that is the big one. But yeah, I think it is a good pick because of how technically great that film is.
Absolutely. Chad, Vertigo, any thoughts?
Yeah. I mean, I think Dan's right just in general, just like Alfred Hitchcock should get a directing nomination. Yes. Doesn't matter for which movie. Probably not, because he was one of the best. I mean, we're not talking about these people as people. We're talking about them as directors or whatever they're doing. And he was one of the best. He was like the king of suspense. So, because of that, he makes a movie that was like lauded for so long as like the number one best movie, for just a long time. And, because, like Matt was saying, like, even if you don't love some of the choices they make in like the story part of it, it's still like technically a masterpiece in the way that so many other Hitchcock movies are. So, I don't think you can ever go wrong saying that Hitchcock should have been nominated for any of. I mean, I'm sure there's some that are like not as great as others, but something like Vertigo, yeah, I can see it.
Nice. Sorry, I just wanted to check something for later. Cool. Any other thoughts on Vertigo? And if not, then we will go into Dan's next pick. Dan, you're up.
Well, I'm gonna go back and talk about Psycho again. Because I was going to do the double on Psycho, and then I got screwed over on the thing. So I'm going to talk about a gentleman who was not nominated for Psycho. A gentleman who died, and a man who should have been nominated for his greatest performance of all time, and that is Anthony Perkins. Mm-hmm. Anthony Perkins does not get nominated at all for playing Norman Bates, one of the great cinematic characters, one of the greatest cinematic characters of all time. If you ask me, I mean, I've watched movies a long time, and I know all you guys have. You guys are all movie aficionados. You love movies of all ages, black, white, old, new, whatever. How does Anthony Perkins not get nominated for playing Norman Bates, in a phenomenal movie directed by Alfred Hitchcock,
You know, they have a ride at Universal Studios, and it's on the back lot in the Hollywood Universal and all that kind of stuff. You know, and they made a TV show about it years later called Bates Motel. They made a bunch of sequels. I wouldn't watch those, but yeah, Anthony Perkins for playing Norman Bates.
Yeah, we're Psycho 2 truthers on this podcast, Dan.
Oh!
I don't know the other sequels yet. I haven't watched them, but I know Matt especially loves Psycho 2. So, just a controversial opinion there. But
wow,
in
I didn't know that. Okay,
yeah, Dan, just tread
Can
lightly.
you go to
with
Matt
Psycho
because he keeps
2.
glaring?
Yeah, Matt,
that's
no,
fine.
I don't want
to
to get on too many Psycho 2 tangents. But what are your thoughts on Norman Bates?
I'm not going to get on
Anthony Perkins.
I'm not going to get on a Psycho 2 tirade here, because I partially agree with you here, Dan. He was snubbed for playing Norman Bates in Psycho, but I'm going to disagree and say that Anthony Perkins has been snubbed 4 times for playing Norman Bates. I love every one of those Psycho sequels. Some of them are not as good as the others, but Psycho 2 is for real. However, I love all of them. I actually love Norman Bates not Norman Bates, Anthony Perkins just throughout. Like, I love him in everything I've ever seen him in. He's a brilliant actor, queer icon, even though he would never admit it in his life. Because he was not at liberty to do so. Queer icon still. And his son is making some really, really interesting movies to this day. Like them or not, he is swinging for fences, and that's what you want to see. But yes, I agree with you on that one movie that he was absolutely snubbed because he was brilliant.
Nice. I will just bring up the nominees right now. Burt Lancaster won for Elmer Gantry, a phenomenal performance. Trevor Howard nominated for Sons and Lovers. Jack Lemmon nominated for The Apartment. Laurence Olivier nominated for The Entertainer, and Spencer Tracy nominated for Inherent the Wind. I could see you putting him in there for at least 3 of them. I still would have kept Burt Lancaster and Jack Lemmon in there, but he could have been the winner, Anthony Perkins. I still probably would have gone Lemmon, but Elmer Gantry is also great. So again, great performance, should have been in the 5. An iconic horror villain performance. I love how much horror we have on our list already. We have Hereditary, Scream, Vertigo, and Psycho already. So very, very cool.
And I would just say to Matt, I don't know if you're a baseball fan, but I love Anthony Perkins in Fear Strikes Out.
He's very nice.
I have not seen that, but I am going to watch it now.
Yes.
He plays Tony Conigliaro, a ex-Boston Red Sox pitcher or player who gets hit in the head.
Wow, interesting. So actually, I'll go to Carly first, because then Chad, I'll go to you, and then you could transition to your next pick. But Carly, what are your thoughts on Anthony Perkins?
I mean, yeah, he's fantastic. We actually share the same last name, although no relation. I wish. But yeah, I think it's a really good pick. It's crazy how many different categories you could put Psycho in here. Yeah, it's Anthony Perkins. What is there to say? It's just one of the best horror performances of all time. And while there are a few heavy hitters in that category, yeah, you easily could have slotted him in somewhere.
Yeah. Chad, thoughts on Anthony Perkins, and then we can transition to your next pick.
Anthony Perkins, or rather Norman Bates, is a hero of Billy Loomis. So
where are you going with this? I got you.
Very influential. I mean, you think about it with Billy and his infatuation with his mother. Same thing here with Norman and his mother. And playing that obsession and that whole 2 sides of the insanity coin, where you can play so charismatic, kind of like all the serial killers you ever know. They were so normal, they were so charming, and yet crazy. And that's what Anthony Perkins did, and he crushed it in that movie. So yeah, I definitely agree with that pick. What's up, Matt?
Oh, before you went into your other thing, I had another thing to say about Anthony Perkins.
Jimmy Pearsall, not Tony Conigliaro. Jimmy Pearsall, my bad.
Gotcha.
I just want to mention about Anthony Perkins that if you are a Sondheim fan, he was good friends with Stephen Sondheim, and Sondheim, he was actually kind of a muse for Stephen Sondheim throughout his career. And if you've never seen it, he is in an episode of a TV show. I don't remember what the TV show was called, but every week it was a different episode, like a different story. And there's an episode of the TV show called Evening Primrose, which is a musical written by. The episode is a musical written by Stephen Sondheim, starring Anthony Perkins.
That's so cool.
And it's good.
Yeah, nice.
That's all.
All right, Chad. Perkins. Now we're moving on to your next pick.
Let's try to figure out if I should go director or picture. Let me go director.
I was gonna say we've all picked our pictures, so you're probably okay. Not to give you an advantage, but I want to be nice.
It'll allow me to think more about what I want to do with picture and acting because I'm kind of conflicted. There's a specific movie I'm thinking about here, but I'll go director, and we're transitioning from Dan talking about a director who maybe wasn't the best person, but was a damn good director. And so I'm going to go here with the kind of a similar thing where it's not one of the best people and also like, kind of sketchy because of like sketchy choices with the directing, but still made a masterpiece. And I'm going to go with Stanley Kubrick with The Shining. This is like seen as like one of the greatest films ever made. And I'm sure, at some point, Matt can shout out his new video series he's doing. He'll talk about it. But like there's like a whole world of like, the book versus the movie versus the sequel to the book to the sequel to the movie and all that stuff. But this movie, even though it wasn't like beloved by the book creator Stephen King, very specific reason for it. They're very different, the book and the movie. But Stanley Kubrick is like one of the greatest like visual directors of all time, and it's just like the way he's able to make things feel so grand, and just like create so many different like just brilliant shots and like make this like hotel feel so eerie, and it also just feels so big. Like it feels just as big as like 2001: A Space Odyssey, where it's just like, I don't know, they just make the world of that hotel so big. It's like you guys see that in like IMAX, where it's just like, just the set design and just everything, and Stanley Kubrick was like his own like auteur, so much so that he would then torture Shelley Duvall, and that's like the dark side of the directing, which I don't support. And I think that's really shitty that back then they had less safety precautions. But I would say, that's on Stanley Kubrick and Hollywood, the system, where they didn't have people in place to put checks on like directing to say, you can't, make people, hurt people's health just to get 150 takes or whatever it is to get the perfect take. But that being said, like that was his dedication to getting the best and making the best movie he absolutely could. And, it's always, I think, been like on like Sight and Sound and, other lists as like one of the best movies ever made. It's like one of the best horror movies. And I don't think it was as respected when it first came out. So I think that's why it wasn't really like touted as like a huge snub. But like when we look back, in retrospect, we're like, that's like one of the biggest movies ever. And so like when you think about directing, I'm like, that's I think one of the biggest like in hindsight snubs ever. It's just like an incredibly directed movie. So the pacing and just the set design and just how big everything feels, and it's just really scary. So.
Yeah, I love how you have a whole little horror theme going on there, but yeah, it's interesting because that's another 1980 film. So now Shining and Empire Strikes Back have been highlighted in some way, shape, or form. Might be highlighted again, but the nominees that year were Robert Redford, who won for Ordinary People, David Lynch for The Elephant Man, Martin Scorsese for Raging Bull, Richard Rush for The Stuntman, and then He Who Must Not Be Named for Dan's favorite film, Tess. Were all nominated. So I think you could probably substitute out maybe Richard Rush or Roman Polanski or Robert Redford, maybe. At least those three I could have seen subbed out. I don't think there's a world where you take out Marty Scorsese or David Lynch, personally, for direction at least. But I do think I would have probably put Kubrick's direction over the other three directing nominees, in my opinion. But I don't know. Great pick, though. Matt, what do you have to say?
Oh, I definitely would have taken out Robert Redford. I haven't seen that episode of
not even take
of
out
your show yet.
Yeah,
but I definitely I don't know how you
so-
guys felt about Ordinary
yeah.
People, but I definitely
yeah.
would
More so, like I would have prioritized his nomination for The Shining direction wise over Robert
that.
Redford's
I
direction,
guess I could see
maybe,
that. Yeah.
but yeah, no, but yeah, I think it's a great pick. Great pick.
So yes, Chad alluded to it. I do have a series on my channel, Maddie Loves Movies, called Screen King. Stephen King from Page to Screen, where Stacey Morris and I read a written work by Stephen King, and then we watch all the adaptations of it. We haven't, at the time of recording, gotten to The Shining yet, but when we do, you guys should all go check that out. Check out our other episodes up until then. But so I'm not going to, I guess, say a whole lot about it right now because I will be covering it myself. But I will say that yes, Chad is correct. It is a bad adaptation, but a really good movie, a really great movie. And the direction is a bit, Stanley Kubrick is a master, and he does a really great job. I think that what did happen with Shelley Duvall does bring this down a little bit for me. However, if I'm speaking strictly as strictly based on the direction of the film, then obviously, yes, this is a really great pick because it is a really well directed film.
Yeah, Dan, thoughts on The Shining?
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking the same thing that you said, Dylan. I was like, wow, let me look at those directing noms and thinking to myself, how does Stanley Kubrick not get in here for this?
Mm-hmm.
And then I don't know. I haven't seen The Stuntman, so I don't know. But I have seen Tess, and I know get Roman Polanski out of there and put Stanley Kubrick. And I'll be honest with you, I'm not the biggest Stanley Kubrick fan. I'm just like, I love some of his movies, absolutely love them, and then most of them are just way down here. There's no in between for me because I either love or hate his movies. And one of the ones that I thought was good, Here's Johnny. I mean, there's so much great stuff in that. 150 takes? Are you kidding me? Give me a break. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Come on, man. You got to rein these guys in. There's got to be some oversight in this crap. Unbelievable. That's a good pick, though. I love that pick, Chad.
Carly, thoughts on The Shining, and then we'll get into your third pick.
Yeah, The Shining isn't my favorite movie, but like you can't deny the direction is amazing. Like there's movies that you don't personally love, but you're like, you look at it and you're like, yeah, that's a masterpiece. Like the way it's done. And I agree with Matt. The Shelley Duvall thing does make me feel a bit icky about him, just because it's like these are people; they're not dolls to just make them do take after take after take. But I do still think it's a good pick. And I like that Chad's going pretty horror with his picks, so that's fun.
Yeah. Love that.
The Shelley Duvall thing, if she had agreed to it, there would be no problem with it because that is her saying this is my choice to allow this to affect my performance. But the fact that she wasn't is a big problem. But I agree with Carly in that thing. That was the same way I have felt about Vertigo. I don't love that movie, but I can't deny it technically. So yeah.
Very cool. All right, Carly, you're up. Third pick. What are you going to go with? You still have one more acting remaining and then director and tech.
Yes, I do. Okay. I'm going to wait on actor because I still have a lot on my list that I can't really pick them. I think I'll go for my tech. And we can stay in the realm of horror and correct me if I'm wrong, Dale, because this seems crazy. This wasn't nominated.
Okay.
I'm going with Score,
Okay.
and I'm going with Psycho.
All right, let me check because I in my brain it
Great
makes
pick.
sense that Psycho was nominated for score, but let me check because it's in my opinion one of the greatest scores. That was 1960, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. Talk about it anyway, so
Okay, yeah, I'll
can
talk.
check.
I mean, what do you say about the Psycho score? It's iconic. It's like one of the best scores of all time.
Yeah, no nomination for Psycho for score.
That's crazy. That's crazy to me because it's like if you tell someone to name 5 scores, I bet the Psycho score is like going to be one of the top ones they name because it's just like everyone knows it. You don't even have to have seen Psycho to know what the Psycho score is. And it's so iconic with the shower scene and like it's just. I mean, I don't even know what else to say about Psycho score. It's the Psycho score. It's like it just like baffling to me that this wasn't nominated. Like I fact checked this 3 times and made Dill check it again because I'm like. How is that possible?
Yeah, is that Bernard Herrmann did the score for that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There are certain scores in cinema history that you don't, like you said, you don't have to have seen it. You don't even have to you don't have to understand what the reference that you are making, but that you will hum or vocalize when you are doing or talking about a specific action. When you're talking about a Jaws, when you're talking about a shark and you go, like you don't have to have seen that movie to understand that's going to score. When the from Friday the 13th, you don't have to know what that's from to know that when you're doing a creepy thing, like that's a thing. For years, since Psycho came out, children and adults alike have gone while they have pretended that they were swinging a knife. It is an iconic score, and it was not on my radar, but you're absolutely right. Like it's insane that was not nominated.
Yeah, I thought that was a score from Daddy Daycare for so long because the scene where the kid blows up the bathroom and poops on the ceiling, Eddie Murphy opens the door and it's dun 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 dun. And then I heard it was from Psycho. I went, that's Daddy Daycare. And that just shows its influence. It's so good. I love that. I love both those movies. I think Psycho obviously is one of the best scores, but not just that moment, but the kind of mystical like it's just so good. I just love it so much. I didn't do it justice there. But I'll give you the nominees.
You kind of did Ode to Joy a little bit.
A little bit. But nominated for, it would have been musical, dramatic, or comedy picture, because there was also a score category for just musicals. But for dramatic or comedy picture, the nominees, and the winner was Exodus by Ernest Gold. The nominees were The Alamo, Dmitri Tiomkin, Elmer Gantry for Andre Previn, the Magnificent Seven score by Elmer Bernstein, and then Spartacus' score by Alex North. So, oddly enough,
Magnificent Seven didn't win that year. That's kind of the big surprise.
No, yeah, which is a shocker because that's a great score. So great scores there. It's just I agree. I think this is the most iconic score of the 60s at large. That might be controversial.
I don't know about that.
Maybe not. Maybe I'm forgetting something big, but
big, something real big.
Okay, well, we'll talk about that later, and maybe, I don't know, if not in honorable mentions, you can tell me which one that is, but I don't want to tip it. Unless it was nominated, then we can talk about it right now. Was it nominated, the other one?
Yeah, I don't know. It's in my text.
Okay, so we'll talk about it later then. But yeah, great pick. I love it.
The rain scene, the score was amazing in that when she's driving in the rain, right?
Oh yeah.
That stuff was just like wow, it just hits you over the head during the rain. Driving in the rain, right?
Yeah. Cool. Any thoughts on the Psycho score that hasn't been said? Chad, Dan, anything?
Yeah, like you said, it's just iconic. I just think it's fun that like as soon as it got to Dan, except for me, it just all been Alfred Hitchcock since. It's like, isn't Alfred Hitchcock great? Kind of a deal. But yeah, this is perfect. I love how especially with me, but with these other guys too, it's just like showing just how underrepresented horror is in the Academy Awards. That like you look at horror and you see that like some of the most iconic and greatest scores in cinema are horror scores. Because if you think about it, like that like when you have something that's supposed to be so like blood curdlingly like scary, like the score has to set the tone for that. The score has to do a lot of the heavy lifting. And while Psycho has so many great things going for it, I think it's not the same movie without the score. And the score really, hypes up. Like if you watch the shower scene on mute, it's just not as good. It really sets the tone for the whole thing. And so I think this is a great pick.
Yeah. Cool. We're transitioning to me. I was just looking up to see what precursors this film won for when I set up my next pick. I'm gonna go to my tech. I was between two films for cinematography. One was a very recent snub that I was so upset by, but by the time it happened, we were all kind of like, all right, this probably isn't going to happen. But there's another snub that was a little bit before that I was like, everyone thought was going to get nominated, I think. And then just didn't. It was a big shocker on the day when it got snubbed. Precursors. I can't really find the precursors specifically for cinematography for this film, but Top Gun Maverick being not nominated for cinematography was, in my opinion, one of the biggest egregious snubs. I believe that's a film that's pretty universally loved, and if you don't love it, you can at least appreciate the text of it. It wins sound. It's nominated for a bunch of text. It's nominated for Best Picture. For me, the cinematography is kind of what makes that film work. A lot of it is visual effects, but a lot of it is also practical. And just the idea that you had the actors themselves kind of manning cameras themselves in the cockpits is a really inventive way to kind of push cinematography forward. Now, I know a lot of people would say, well, the actors held the cameras, so that's why it didn't get nominated for cinematography. But someone still had to design the shots. Someone still had to say, this is where I want the angle of the camera, and this is where I want you to hold it. So that is still cinematography, whether or not you're holding the camera or not. I just think it is an exceptionally shot film. I want to give credit to the cinematographer, obviously, and that is Claudio Miranda, who has done so many other great science-y and fantasy pictures. Not as many action films, but Life of Pi is his most well-renowned one that won cinematography. So he is definitely not a stranger to the Academy. I just really don't know why this got nominated, especially looking at what did. I mean, All Quiet on the Western Front wins for James Friend. That makes a lot of sense. It was also a Best Picture nominee. Elvis, Mandy Walker, okay, it was also nominated for Best Picture. I'll let it slide. Tar, same thing. Florian Hofmeister. These are all Best Picture films, so I'm not surprised. But then the other two, one is Bardo, Darius Kanji, really good cinematography, but it's also one of those things where, over Top Gun, I just would have assumed Top Gun would have gotten in just because Top Gun, it was nominated for so many things. Bardo, this was a one-off. But the one that I probably would have substituted for sure, and I love him, but he had already won 2 Oscars by that point, was Roger Deakins for Empire of Light, just because I think Empire of Light is not one of my favorite shot films of his filmography, and I just think giving Roger Deakins yet another nomination when you could have given Claudio Miranda one for what I thought was the best cinematography of the year. In all honesty, I probably would have honestly taken out Elvis, if anything. But I do think of those 5, there should have been a spot somewhere for Top Gun Maverick, and just the fact that it didn't get one is a shame. I love Roger Deakins. I love all those cinematographers, but looking at the cinematography in those films, I think Top Gun Maverick is at least better than a few of them, but especially if you're going to talk just Best Picture, like Elvis, I think it's a much better shot film than Elvis, in my personal opinion. Maybe I'm wrong, but I also just remember it being so shocking. Like, the other snub that I will talk about in honorable mentions if it doesn't get picked was surprising, but not as surprising because it missed out on some big precursors, whereas Top Gun Maverick, again, wasn't on people's radar to get snubbed. In fact, I believe it was a lot of people's #1 most predicted nominee, and people were like, well, is it going to be Bardo or Empire of Light that gets in as the surprise 5th nominee? And both of them got in, and we were all like, whoa, okay, no Top Gun. So, yeah, a big shame there, and I also don't love All Quiet on the Western Front, so I could have even subbed that out. I know I'm in the minority there, but I think the only one there that I think should have been a lock alongside Top Gun Maverick is Tar. The other 4, I think Top Gun Maverick is stronger than those 4 personally. But yeah, that's how I feel. Matt, what are your thoughts? Because I know you were big pro Bardo that year.
I was big pro Bardo, especially with that was my favorite cinematography of the year, was Bardo.
Yeah.
So I definitely would have. I'm glad that was in there. Say what you want about the movie. I really love a movie that takes big swings, and so Bardo was that for me. But that was my favorite cinematography of the year. So that was the thing. I also, All Quiet on the Western Front was. I did like that movie, but I especially like the cinematography of it. I was about to say, I don't think I saw. Or I was about to say I didn't watch Empire of Light, but that's not true because I finished the race that year. So I definitely did watch it, and that tells you what you
Says
need to
all
know
you
about
need
how
to
I
know,
felt
yeah.
about Empire of Light.
Yeah.
However, Roger Deakins is my favorite cinematographer, so it's like, oh
Right.
God, do I, would I take him out? Maybe, because yeah, it definitely deserved it. I love that movie. I don't think as much as the two of you love that movie, but I do love that movie more than I thought I would, because I didn't think I was going to like it at all. So it definitely deserved to be nominated for sure, and was a shock that it wasn't. Yeah.
Chad, thoughts on cinematography, or Dan?
Yeah.
It looks like you were going to talk.
Yeah.
I
Well,
don't wanna-
let me tell you. I'll tell you right now. I absolutely cannot stand Bardo. I had one of the most miserable experiences of my entire life watching that movie, in the theater and out of the theater. So
that doesn't surprise me, honestly. Not offended at all.
Empire of Light. It's Sam Mendes direction. It's Roger Deakins. It's Olivia Colman in the movie. It's a love letter to movie theaters and how we perceive movie theaters as a film aficionado. And I kind of agree with you guys. Maybe the cinematography might not have been the strongest, but yeah, 800, look this up, 800 cameras were used in Top Gun Maverick to do those dogfighting scenes. And like you said, they had cameras in the cockpit behind the main actor who was flying the jet. They had another actor behind them. I mean, ridiculous. That's terrible. That is absolutely terrible. That I remember that, and we were all like, what the heck? How does Top Gun Maverick not get into cinematography? That's awful. Real quick, did the guy that did Bardo, did he do the foreign film where it was set in this weird European country and it was black and white? The next year,
Yes, he did.
it was vampires?
El Conde.
El
I also
Conde
love
was
that.
That
El Conde was a
movie
different-
now.
El Conde was Ed Lockman, but
Okay.
another similar fit of like a one-off kind of international nominee. But
Wait,
no,
what
that-
were you asked?
Okay.
he was asking if the same cinematographer for Bardo did El Conde. Bardo was Darius.
I thought he
Kanji.
was asking something else. Sorry.
No,
I'm
Ed
sorry.
Lockman did El Conde and then also did Maria the next year. So,
Okay, so that's
Ed
what it was.
Lockman.
I don't know why I got that confused. I was like,
It's okay.
I remember back to back, and people didn't nominate the cinematographer. It's like, what is wrong with people? Okay,
It's because both of those movies were weird as fuck. They were both Matt movies and not Dan movies.
I like El Conde though.
Darius Kanji, though, who did Bardo, also is nominated this year for Marty Supreme. So that might be what you're.
I will
love
say
that.
about Empire of Light, because Dan kind of highlighted it, but because I am remembering it now. There are so many elements. Roger Deakins, Sam Mendes. It's about movie theaters, starring Olivia Colman. I should remember that movie really well, because that's all stuff that I love. And the fact that I was like, I don't think I saw that. Oh wait, I must have. Tells you what you kind of need to know about Empire of Light. But
yeah, Chad, what are your thoughts on the Top Gun Maverick snub?
Yeah, Top Gun Maverick was, besides Puss in Boots: The Last Wish, my favorite movie of that year. It just blew me away because I don't even like the original Top Gun all that much, and I thought this one was incredible. And the talk, like the talk from like regular people, and I think a lot of critics as well, were kind of saying like, if anything's weak about the movie, it's like maybe the acting and maybe the screenplay, which I think is bullshit because I think those were insanely strong too. But no one was saying, the cinematography's high. Everyone's like, that's the highlight of the movie, like that, and like the sound and stuff like that all come to. It's like such a huge tech movie. It's like, it's like nitpicking a couple of text from like Avatar or something where you're like, it doesn't need this, doesn't need that. It's like these are like, that's like what the movie is like how it's shot and stuff. And like Dan said, all the cameras and them like literally doing engineering to go in and figure out, how to get some of these shots. And it's just like brilliant. And that's the stuff that you want to highlight with the cinematography award. Even if it doesn't win, you at least want to give it a nomination. I remember like when we talked about like Sound of Metal, and we're like looking at like all the unique ways they tried to get sound recording and stuff, with giving you that experience of like his transition from hearing to not hearing and stuff. It's kind of a very similar thing, just like inventing stuff, or like James Cameron, like inventing things to push cinema forward and like show you how you can get certain, Fast and the Furious-esque, like, but in planes, which is just so crazy. And yeah, it's just like, talk about egregious, Dan, am I right?
Yes, absolutely egregious. And I'm not the biggest fan of Top Gun Maverick. That tells you something.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he wrote a whole article about how it was overrated.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There you go.
but that is not overrated. The cinematography was not overrated.
Dan's officially in the danger zone with me. I'm kidding.
Ah!
Carly, see what I did?
Dan and I are both old, so we both remember the original Top Gun.
Thank
fondly.
you.
I think it's probably what it is.
Thank you. I love the
Fair.
original. The original.
Carly, what are your thoughts on Top Gun Maverick? And then we'll transition to Matt's pick.
Yeah, I think you pretty much said it all. But like I don't love that movie, but I do love the cinematography. Like it's weird. Like it feels like, I don't know, like something the Academy just agreed that it didn't count or whatever for some reason. Like that's the only reason I can think is that they didn't like the style that they got the cinematography from. Otherwise, I think it would have easily made it.
They're drones. Most of the cameras are on drones. And that they made this big stink about, oh, it's not people holding cameras filming it's drones in the air filming the jets flying around doing the stuff. So that goes against the union and all this kind of, get the heck out of here. Get out of here.
I'm not saying I agree. I'm just saying I think that is the reasoning behind it. I don't think it's because the shots were bad or anything.
That's
It was. Yeah, sorry. No, you were saying, Dylan. Go ahead.
No, I was agreeing. I was saying that's definitely probably why it didn't get nominated, or part of it. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's the same thing with Nickel Boys. Like, it was because the people were holding the cameras and not. But Dylan hit it right on the head. The award is for director of photography, not who is holding not the camera person. I mean, it's for the whole situation, but the award goes to the director of photography.
Yeah.
And
on a movie
they
set,
are choosing all that.
The person doing the focus is in a separate tent, literally doing the focus. Like you don't even do the focus on the camera itself in terms of like the background, foreground.
Yeah, it's the art of the shot, not necessarily who's. Yeah, that's ridiculous to me. Yeah, it's like saying, well, the director wasn't in the scene, so we can't give him a director's nod. Like, that's silly. Is it my pick now?
Yes, I just want to say one last thing. Allie, you're welcome. She saw that movie 6 times in theaters, so I just want to give you a shout out, babe. 6 times.
She was part of that.
She's
Top Gun Maverick.
She loves the Barbie movies. She loves Top Gun Maverick.
Sorry, Top Gun Maverick. Yes.
The people over
you
16.
You found your lady.
I did. Yeah. And hey, those actors look great, but who made them look great? The cinematography. All right, Matt. What are you doing with your next 2 picks?
This is kind of hard, honestly, because that is what she said.
No comment.
Hard stare, silence. I love
it. I think I've been avoiding this because I was hoping someone else would take it because it has to be represented, and it is number 1 on my list on this. But the movie has already been represented. But I am going to have to say Spike Lee for Do the Right Thing, who was not nominated for director. He really, I don't really have much else to say outside of what I talked about with the thing he created. But independent film, man, it did not get the respect it deserved back then, and he would have definitely been nominated today for that film. And that's really all I have to say.
Absolutely. I know we've talked about the film at large, but anyone thoughts on Spike Lee in particular? I also think it's sad that the 2 times he was closest to an Oscar, he lost to Driving Miss Daisy and Green Book, which are pretty much the same premise. Really sad for him. Just that he had to relive that twice, even though...
Gotta watch out for those white people in cars.
Even though Green Book was not nominated for director per se. But, the nominees, though, just who beat him, Oliver Stone actually won that year for Born on the 4th of July. That was the winner for director. Driving Miss Daisy was not nominated for director at all. Neither was Green Book. But Woody Allen for Crimes and Misdemeanors, Kenneth Branagh for Henry V. That would have been my pick. But Jim Sheridan, My Left Foot, and a Peter Weir for Dead Poets Society, also an amazing pick there. So I definitely think next to Kenneth Branagh and Peter Weir, I think he would have been.
Don't try to get back in my good graces, Dylan.
No, next to them, I think those are the three locks. I think you have to have. You have to have Kenneth Branagh, Peter Weir, and Spike Lee, and then like the other slots are kind of more debatable. I think, but I see. I love Peter Weir though. So
I'm not a big fan of Born 4th of July. I like it. I think it's a good movie. I'm just not a big fan of it.
Right.
So I definitely would have taken out Oliver Stone, the winner of that. Did you say he won?
Yeah,
that
he
year
won.
for directing. And I probably, I mean, personally, I would have given it to Peter Weir, but I also would have been very happy with Spike Lee winning that
Absolutely.
year.
Yeah, should have been nominated at the very least. Any thoughts on Spike Lee, Carly? Chad?
Yeah, I had it both in Best Picture and Best Director. That's why I was fine going third, because I was like, I'll probably get it in one of the two categories, but I don't have much else other than what we already said. Is just like, God, he should have, especially hearing that that director lineup. Like, he so easily could have slot. It's not even like, oh, it was a hard choice. No, just put him in there. Like, he deserves it.
Yeah.
It's also just like the fact that it's like representation, like the movie is representation, like just as in general of like, Black culture, but then also like, everything that we've said about the movie. But like, yeah, like this director, I mean, we've had like so many different conversations, over the Academy So White and all that stuff, and how like, it's kind of like a lot of the times it feels like, Grammys and stuff where it's like, the biggest award they probably won't give to a person of color. And then like here, she's not even nominated. And it's like so like authentic and genuine, this like direction of the movie is like, it's kind of his movie, and, just not to get a nod for it is just really dumb. I agree.
Yeah.
It's just one of the all-time directors.
Yeah, it's sad that only 7 Black filmmakers have been nominated for Best Director and none have won. So you have
Nominated.
John Singleton got nominated for Boys in the Hood 2 years after this. Lee Daniels for Precious. Steve McQueen for 12 Years a Slave didn't win, even though his film won Best Picture. Barry Jenkins also didn't win, even though his film won Best Picture for Moonlight. Jordan Peele for Get Out. Spike Lee did finally get nominated for Black Klansman. And then this year, Ryan Coogler got nominated for Sinners. We'll see if he's going to win. I think it's a long shot, but it's still not impossible. But yeah, so no Black winners yet in that category. Only 7 Black nominees, which is
0 Black
crazy.
winners.
Yeah, that was it. I just listed off all the nominees in history, and none of them have won. So really, really grim, but yeah, what you gonna do? It's sad. It's sad. What you gonna do is you're gonna fix it. That's what we gotta do. And they gotta do better.
You got to get more. Okay, first number. Remember when it was at Oscars?
It was right there. Do the right
all this
thing is
stuff.
what you got to do.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Do the right thing.
It's just you got to get more films, good films, quality films directed by Black filmmakers. Like you did have the Nickel Boys, and that was a good movie, and that got into Best Picture. You got to start getting. You had Nia DaCosta with what was it this year? You got to get more quality films directed by Black directors, and then it is going to happen.
Yeah, I think it's coming soon. If it's not this year with Ryan Coogler, just because PTA is so overdue, I do think there's a chance in the near future. Yes, Chad? Oh. Yeah. Right now, Ryan Coogler's not predicted, but who knows? He'll get a screenplay win, which is good. That's the thing. They've gotten some screenplay wins, but that's not enough. Cool. Well, Matt, you do have the next pick. Let's keep going. A very strong draft board so far. What are you gonna pick next?
This is hard because my next, but the 2 that I have remaining as my top choices right now, I worry are going to steal from 2 other people. In
You're
here,
going to get stolen or steal from us?
I worried I'm going to steal them from you.
Oh.
Which I don't. Have you picked director, Carly? Or wait,
I've
already
done director.
I already picked director. I already chose not to go with the one that I thought you might pick. Have you picked tech, Dylan?
Yes, just pick Top Gun.
That's right. So I'm going to go with Before Sunrise for screenplay.
Perfect.
Oh, great.
There was actually there were 2 screenplays that I kind of had up at the top for I wasn't sure which one I was going to pick, but the fact that Dylan went with this tech and didn't pick it, I was like, I kind of just have to have this represented. But I love a movie where two people just talk through the whole thing and nothing really happens except two people talking. Those are really just my favorite types of films. And this is neither here nor there, but there are people who are like, that's the kind of movie you can release on home video and don't have to see in the theater. No, I'm going to set in the theater and watch those people talk to each other. That didn't happen with Before Sunrise because I was too young to care about that. But it's just one of the greatest. It's some of the greatest dialogue you've ever heard between two people. And yes, it is just full of insufferable 90s young people's verbiage and smarter than they think they are. That it's funny because for a long time, even though he is one of the main stars of my favorite movie, I was not a fan of Ethan Hawke because everything I watched him in, he sounded like he just used that, like, I'm smarter than everyone, a pretentious dialogue. I did, and that was just because I hadn't come to appreciate the I'm smarter than everyone pretentious dialogue. Because now I love him and I love hearing him. No one delivers pretentious I'm smarter than everyone dialogue like Ethan Hawke.
Oh, he gave the most pretentious like dialogue of all time this year in Blue Moon, and it's the best performance
yes,
he's
exactly.
ever given.
Yes, exactly. And that's, in my opinion, the best screenplay of this year. But that we're not going to talk about that because it's not going to win.
We'll not debate that.
I just think that he has such a knack for that, and Richard Linklater has it's a perfect marriage of a young adult in the 90s writing a story for young adults in the 90s, using the kind of dialogue that either people he knows uses or that every person in the 90s wished they used. And that's really what it is. That's the big thing about independent cinema back then, is that everybody is the reason it got so popular. And this is the same with Kevin Smith. It's because people talked like, in those movies, unlike regular movies, unlike the big mainstream movies, people talked like people actually talked, or they talked like people wished they talked. And I think Before Sunrise is a mixture of both. But it's just a brilliant screenplay, and I'm sure it wasn't close to being nominated, and I don't care. It should have been.
Yeah, I don't know how close it was to being nominated that year, but the sequels both got nominated for screenplay, so that's cool, even though they were adapted. So I think that it is cool that caught traction. That's kind of why I didn't put it on my list, because I'm only picking stuff from my consciousness and lifetime, but also because the other sequels did get nominated, so it's not like the Academy overlooked the trilogy as a whole. But this is, in my opinion, the best of the three scripts, and it is in my top 5 scripts alongside Eternal Sunshine, Chinatown, The Apartment, and oh boy, what was the other one I was going to think of? Oh, I don't remember.
Is it Casablanca?
Yes. There we go. I literally had it in the top of my mind.
Because that's pretty close to my top 5.
Yeah.
So
this is a top 5 screenplay, a top 10 film. It's just, it's so good. I am very egregiously aggravated, that's the word, about the snub. Also, because looking at the nominees, there are some really good screenplays in here. The winner of that year is The Usual Suspects, and then the nominees are Braveheart, Randall Wallace, and then Mighty Aphrodite, Woody Allen, Nixon, written by Oliver Stone, Christopher Wilkinson, and Stephen J. Ravelli, and then the script for Toy Story, which is nominated, which is written by like so many people: Joss Whedon, Andrew Stanton, Joel Cohen, Alec Sokolov, John Lasseter, Pete Docter, and Joe Ranft. Half of those names we don't like anymore, but still, very great screenplays all around. But I do think, again, Before Sunrise for me is better than all 5 of those screenplays. But like, I would have at least kept Toy Story and Usual Suspects. But I think the other 3 I could have easily put.
Throw Braveheart out. I mean, you can give it. You can give it. It's awards for whatever. I was on that episode of Picture This as well.
Mm-hmm.
Give it its awards if you want to give it Best Picture because it's an epic. Whatever. That movie strength is not its screenplay. Get that shit out of there. Like,
They'll never take away our freedom, though.
Yeah,
That quote.
that's
I'm kidding. I'm
got
kidding.
the
No.
quote. You got to quote one of the biggest quotes of all time.
It was
one
more
of the
a
biggest
joke,
quotes
but
of all
yeah.
time. Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
It's more
It
the
had
delivery
one
than-
good portion of dialogue.
Yeah. But either way, the script for Before Sunrise is one of my favorites of all time. So I'm glad it's on the board. I love that pick so much. Dan, what are your thoughts on that script?
Yeah, I love this trilogy. Now, I will say the second movie is my favorite of amongst the trilogy. But yeah, Richard Linklater, man, this guy. I mean, from a guy from Austin, Texas, this guy really knows how to write dialogue for people, how people talk and how people just interact with each other and stuff. And I love the Blue Moon screenplay, and I like the way he writes dialogue. He just has a knack for knowing how to get people across on screen, and you hit the nail with Ethan Hawke, Matt. If you haven't seen The Lowdown, wow, he's amazing in The Lowdown. That's a Hulu show. You want to talk about a bunch of pretentious dialogue from a guy? Yeah, he goes. He's got a whole show of it, not just a movie. He's got a whole show of it, and I'm hoping The Lowdown gets a second season because I loved him in that. But yeah, I love Richard Linklater. Got robbed for other movies too, so don't get me started on that.
Yeah, Carly, thoughts?
Yeah, Before Midnight's actually my favorite of the trilogy, just because I love when things get messy, and that's a lot of that film. But I think this is a really good choice. Like, I love a good talky movie because I don't get confused by which characters are which, like who's related to who and all that. So this is like and it's just a sweet romance that they're just like two equals, just kind of getting to know each other and falling in love. So I think it's really cool that the next two were nominated. So it kind of feels like the Academy is like, maybe we should have nominated it, but we didn't. So let's give it to the next two. But yeah, I think if you're going to pick a screenplay, this is like a screenplay. Like, it's the strength of the movie is the screenplay. So I think it's a really good pick for a snub.
Yeah. All right, is Chad back yet? I don't see him yet, but he can give his thoughts on Before Sunrise when he gets back. I will transition to my pick. Oh, he's back. Chad, thoughts on Before Sunrise, if you have them.
Sorry. Yeah, Before Sunrise is a movie that I love. It's just like we've kind of all been there. There's a reason why we love coming of age movies, because we've all had to go through that. We've all had to have our first love, or find someone that you relate to, and this is like a screenplay that's all mostly dialogue. It's just takes place over one night. I think that's so impressive, where you can have two people meet and then just go around this place. I don't know if they've ever been, just exploring, talking about life and love, and just being young and all this stuff together. And, the performances are fantastic, direction, all that. But the screenplay, like I said, with Scream is the foundation, it's what they're talking about. And, I think it's so well written. It's my favorite of the three, but I've only seen them all kind of once. But I think especially because the other two were nominated, I think this one definitely should have been, because it's the foundation of the series and the start of those characters. And it always made me feel something, because the screenplay had them connecting in such a way that they just meet in the beginning, but by the end you're dreading them saying goodbye, and they have to say goodbye because they got to go back to their lives, and stuff. So it really does work. And I think this could have been a great nomination.
Cool. Moving on to my next pick. This is going to be a very unpopular pick, I feel, just because I don't hear a lot of people saying this name a lot. I'm going to go with my director, even though, Carly hasn't picked a director yet. Neither has... no, only Carly and I. But I don't care. I'm going to pick it anyway, just because my acting list is still so deep. There's two... one of my least favorite things is when the Academy snubs a director who is also in the movie, because it's like there's a pretentiousness about it that some people think is there, of like, oh, you're putting yourself as a star of your movie, you're directing it. I think it's harder to direct a movie when you're also in it, because you have to focus on so many things, and in the back of your mind, even when you're acting, you have to like get past the idea that like you're thinking about how the composition's going to look and all the other actors around you. I think it's actually harder to direct yourself in a picture. I've always thought that. And there are two recent examples of actors who were turned directors, nominated for Best Picture but not nominated for Best Director. But the one I'm going to go with, probably a little bit of an unpopular opinion, but I'm going to go with Ben Affleck for Argo. I just think this is a movie that a lot of people don't love. I love it. I think it's so tense, so well directed. My whole thing is like, I think a lot of people, his performance is very subdued. I would not give him a nomination for acting, but it's not for the acting. And I think a lot of people were like, well, he directed himself, yada yada. The picture is the prize. Very rarely until that point had we seen films win Best Picture and not even get nominated for director. It happened a few times after with Green Book and Coda, but very rarely will you see a movie get nominated for Best Picture, let alone win Best Picture, and not get a director nomination. The last time before this was Driving Miss Daisy. So I think it was one of those things where I just was like, how is this the Best Picture of the year? And it was winning the Best Picture prizes everywhere. It wasn't even like it was a nail-biter of who was going to win Best Picture. Argo was winning Best Picture that whole year, every single award ceremony, BAFTA, and all the other award ceremonies that came in. The only other rival was really kind of Zero Dark 30. But the reason why I picked this as a snub is because that year there were 3 huge director snubs. I'm not going to name them in case Carly wants to take them. But one for a director who had been nominated for a lot of things, and then another for a director who had just won a few years prior. But all 3 of them kind of directed the 3 big Best Picture juggernauts, and none of them got nominated. It was a really weird year. The nominees, there's some great nominees. I mean, Ang Lee wins for Life of Pi, which is great. I think Michael Haneke's nomination for Amour is so inspired. It's my favorite horror film. Ben Zeitlin for Beasts of the Southern Wild. I'm not the biggest fan of that film. Steven Spielberg for Lincoln. I love his direction in it, but like, again, it's one of those things like Meryl Streep and Florence Foster. I'm like, Steven Spielberg didn't need this one, even though he's my favorite director of all time. And then David O. Russell for Silver Linings Playbook, especially nowadays. I don't think anyone wants to give David O. Russell anything, but Silver Linings Playbook, still not my favorite film either. But I just think Argo is, in my opinion, one of the best pictures of the year. It's not my number one. I probably still would have gone with Amour or Django, but I do think it is still an amazing film that if you're going to award it the best picture, especially with like 10 nominees, if this is the best picture of 10 nominees, and it's not one of the 5 best directing jobs, at least to nominate, it was just a little weird for me. I mean, he was like a frontrunner to win, and then he didn't even get nominated. So it's just one of those things that just has never sat well with me. The other pick that I'll talk about in honorable mentions is also egregious, but it is kind of one of those things where it was their first time kind of breaking on the scene as a director. It was also, they did get nominated for actor, so it kind of softened the blow. Here, he didn't get nominated for actor. He got picture, but I just think it was very unfortunate that my favorite movie of the year at the time, because at the time it was Argo. Over time I've liked other films better, but Argo was my favorite movie of that year at the time, and just to see him not get it, I was shocked. It was the first time I was genuinely like, wait, what? Like, isn't that supposed to win Best Picture? And then it still won. I'm like, they didn't even nominate him for director? Like, that is just so weird to me as a concept, that you could direct the best picture of the year but not be one of the 5 best directors of the year. And I know it's kind of what Matt said earlier of like, did the movie direct itself, that whole argument, and like, I don't think a movie has to, like, Argo could be great for other reasons, but I think it's just weird to say like everyone in the Academy, not everyone, but the majority voted for Argo for best picture, yet the director of Argo didn't direct one of the 5 best pictures of the year. Is so weird to me. So there's a lot of great director snubs out there, but this is the one that I think also, just like for me, was the first time I opened my eyes and was like, wait, this is possible, that like the director of the best picture can't get nominated, because I had never seen it before. So that's going to be my pick. Also because I think he's a genuinely good director, and it's genuinely a tense film. The last 20 minutes of that film always make me sweat. Even when I rewatch it, I'm always nervous until that seatbelt light goes off, that they're going to get like something bad's gonna happen. Just every single scene, and creating these big Hollywood productions as well, because it's all about a movie within a movie as well. He also had to create that fake movie and build that and conceptualize that, and the comedy hits really well, but the drama doesn't like take away from the comedy, and vice versa. I think it's just a really well directed film, so that's gonna be my pick.
Yeah,
sorry, I don't know if anybody. I'm just gonna. At the time, that was my favorite movie of the year. Also, it was. I would have to reevaluate, but I still think it might be my favorite movie of that year. But I loved that movie. At the time, that was the most tense I'd ever been in a movie theater. That, like you said, that last 20 minutes of it, that was so well crafted, and that doesn't happen by accident. So many movies have done scenes like that. similar scenes which are supposed to have that amount of tension, but you don't feel that tension. You feel that tension in that movie, and that's so freaking impressive. A movie I'm going to talk about in the honorable mentions has a similar situation to it, but that movie is so tense. It was my favorite movie, and I remember I have these moments sometimes that I'm always proud of when I walk out of a theater and I go, that movie's winning this award. I walked out of theater and I said, and I remember I even put it on Facebook. I said, unless Lincoln is just Steven Spielberg's masterpiece, Argo is winning Best Picture, because I hadn't seen Lincoln yet because it hadn't come out yet. And I was right. I also did that with Crash. I don't care. That's how I felt at the time. Sue me. And you know, I did that with Kiwi Kwan too. It's stuff like that where I'm just like, this is winning that award. So I was proud of that moment that happened
in the stars.
I was also I remember when the nominations came out, and that's where that phrase that I dislike so much, the movie direct itself, that's where that started. And whether I agree that he should have been nominated or not, the idea that he should have been just because he was nominated for Best Picture, it's like, why even have that award if you just need the 5 directors to be in the Best Picture nomination? Like that. Right. That's kind of my thing. But I do say, like, when I did see that, I was like, but how do you not give him that? It was clearly one of the best directed films of the year, and it's not just, you know, they had so much going for it, but a lot of it, like I said, that tension, that doesn't just happen. That happens from the creative side. The tension happens at the creative level, at the artistic level, which starts with the director. So it was egregious at the time. I feel that way. I do love Beasts of the Southern Nation, so I'm glad that dude was nominated because it was such a small little film, and just the fact that guy got nominated for direction, I do like that. But I think you're absolutely right. Lincoln's a good movie. It's not a movie that Spielberg needed to be nominated for. Like, that's how I feel. It wasn't one of the 5 best directed films of the year. So I would have definitely taken that out.
Yeah. Really quick, Carly, are you going to pick one from 2012, a director, or no?
I'm picking a female director.
From 2012 or no?
One second.
Does her name start with a K?
No.
Okay, so I'll just talk about them since everyone else has picked their directors. But I remember this year was crazy because Ben Affleck got snubbed for Argo, but also Catherine Bigelow got snubbed for Zero Dark 30, and Django, Quentin Tarantino got snubbed. So it was kind of like the 1, 2, 3 punch of, I think a lot of people were surprised by Amore getting in, a lot of people were surprised by Beasts of the Southern Wild getting in, and then like maybe some people predicted Spielberg, Ang Lee, and David O. Russell. But yeah, like that was a year where I think three big snubs came, and one of them being the Best Picture of the year. And I agree. Like, I don't think just because a movie wins Best Picture, it needs to be up for directing. Coda is an example where I think if it won Best Picture, I don't necessarily think the direction in Coda is one of the highlights of Coda in the sense of like you need to nominate it. The screenplay makes sense, but like, you know, I think Coda could have won with or without a Best Picture nomination. Same with like Green Book, or Best Director. Same as like Green Book. But Argo, it's such a direct.
That would have been wild if it won Best Picture without a Best Picture nomination.
Right. But Argo, like, it is such a directy film. So I'm like, I don't know. I don't get it. But
I feel the same way.
Carly,
Maybe it was his personal life off camera and
True.
stuff, you know, and that stuff, maybe Hollywood held it against him or something. That's all I could think about, you know.
Yeah, a lot of the times too, like it depends on your image as well. I mean, I think that's kind of
he didn't have a good image with divorces and remarrying and
it's
all
kind of the opposite.
Stuff.
It's similar but opposite of what we said with Adam Sandler, where people just saw him as the comedy guy. They couldn't get past that. Same as this. It's like they can't see him as other than like the tabloid celebrity, you know, kind of troublemaker, bad boy in Hollywood. And it's like, no, but he made a great film.
Great film. Yeah. Gone Baby Gone. What an amazing movie that is. You know, I mean,
he's a great director. Like, no matter what you think about that dude, and you know, not every movie he's made is fantastic, but The Town, Gone Baby Gone, Argo, like this dude is a great director.
Not directed, but
he
yeah,
didn't
wrote,
direct
yeah.
it, but yeah, he
wrote
that.
Though, yeah.
He wrote it. But like I think that he has I think you're right. It's because he was in the tabloids so much with a bunch of things throughout the 2000s. It's the same thing where like people will write off a movie simply because Ben Affleck's in it. No, I do like some Ben Affleck movies that people rightfully don't like. Surviving Christmas, we talked about that one time. I'm a big fan of Jersey Girl, but people conflate it with Geely because they're both in it, you know, which is a bad movie. I think that a lot of it has to do with his reputation.
Yeah.
But it's funny who you choose to let their reputation dictate and who you don't. Quentin Tarantino has a reputation as a great director, but not one as a really great human, even back then. So like it's and he was going through a lot of stuff with his use of the N-word in Django. Like so, I mean that could have been why he didn't there, but
justified.
Like that's definitely justified. But what I'm saying is that like people don't often hold that all of that against Quentin Tarantino, no matter how many stupid things he says about any number of things. People don't hold that against. But the fact that Ben Affleck was in the news for a while because he dated Jennifer Lopez several times is for some reason is like always going to haunt this dude.
Yeah. Carly, what are your thoughts on this? You still have one more director pick to pick, but what are your thoughts on Ben Affleck?
He's fine. I'm not the biggest Argo fan, so it's not my favorite pick, but
that's fair. Next time I snipe a pick from you, and I apologize, you could just say Argo fuck yourself to me, and
I was wondering when that was coming up.
It'll make my day, Carly.
Argo
Chad, little thoughts on Ben Affleck directing for Argo?
Yeah, I mean, I'm similar to Carly. I think like when we did this on Picture This, like I had this like second to last as far as movie goes.
Mm-hmm.
We were very opposed with that one. I don't think it's a bad movie, but like it just wasn't my favorite of that slate. That being said, like I think Matt made like an interesting point where it's just like the question of like sometimes even when I'm like nominating stuff for like my own like awards thing over at Welcome to Primetime, I'm like, you can do best film, but like how do you distinguish best director? Like wouldn't it necessarily be like if it's a great film, it was directed super well? Like how do you distinguish that kind of a deal? And back when it was like only 5 movies, it's kind of like, well, yeah, the 5 movies that are best picture are directed the best because they're the best picture. What are you talking about? Do away with that award entirely if you only have 5 movies. If you have 10, that's where it gets a little bit more interesting because, and then, you know, Argo was in a slate that was more than 5. So in that case, then you can say, well, there's like 9 movies that are best picture level. Okay, that's what you're saying. So then which 5 were directed the best? And then I think it's like you guys are making a good point that like, you know, maybe Ben Affleck didn't get the respect he deserved based on his like standing and like, you know, celebrity at Hollywood access, whatever. And so maybe they just wasn't seen like a Spielberg level or anything like that. I mean, who is? But still, Ben Affleck, like we've named other great movie like The Town and stuff that he's done that's really good. And you're just like, you know, he is an established great director. And then if you're going to give it best picture, why would you not give it to director? It's just like, that was such a good point.
Yeah.
And, you know,
and I will tell you, I will say this, sometimes people don't realize this. Each of these branches vote on their branch, and then everybody votes on best picture. So within the directing branch, did he or did he not win the DGA?
I believe he did. Let me look real quick.
He did.
So his own branch gave
he was
him
winning
the DGA.
everything. That year.
Yeah, his own branch gave him the DGA. Yet he goes and gets the thing, and he doesn't even get nominated.
That's crazy.
That's crazy, right?
Yeah, it's always interesting, and this is what kind of sometimes makes the award season very interesting, but also kind of gives it that that feeling of, because I'm an old school Oscar guy where a lot of what I predicted and what I felt went on feeling. on how I felt about these things, and what I kind of thought maybe other people felt about it. Now it's because the further the information age has progressed, the more it's about stats and stuff like that. So like this was kind of like the start, I think, of like really looking at what the stats were on those things. So that's why it was really a huge shock when dude's winning everything and suddenly he doesn't get nominated for this. And it's interesting because there's always a disparity between the guilds and how many people from the guilds are actually Academy voters and stuff like that. But you wouldn't think it would be such a huge disparity that 3 people who were nominated for DGA were not nominated for
There's no
for the
crossover in Golden Globes, Matt. There's no crossovers in Critics' Choice. There's partial crossover in BAFTAs, partial crossover in actors, and all the other WGA, DGA, PGA. They all have their own guilds, you know.
Right.
But if you get nominated in your own guild or win, there's no reason why you shouldn't get nominated for Best Director in the Academy Awards.
I have it. He did win. He did win Best Director against Catherine Bigelow, who wasn't nominated, Tom Hooper for Les Mis, who wasn't nominated, and then Ang Lee and Steven Spielberg. So Ang Lee and Steven Spielberg are the only 2 that carried over. Just a weird year for the director branch. Quick trivia, Chad, do you know who won Best Director for a drama series the same year that Ben Affleck won for Argo? Rian Johnson for 51, Breaking Bad, the episode 51. Yep. So there you go.
Wait,
That's
is it
right,
called
because
51 or
Tarantino-
The Fly?
It's called 51. Is the name of the 4th episode of season 5.
Okay.
51.
That's the name of the episode because it's his 51st birthday dinner.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Oh,
yes.
okay.
He turns 51.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was because The Fly and Ozymandias were also directed by Rian Johnson, so that's where I was going as well.
Yeah.
Anyway, I had said that all 3 of them were nominated for DGA, but I'd forgotten that at the time Tarantino was not part of the guild.
Right.
Him and Rodriguez had dropped out because they wouldn't let them. They wouldn't let Tarantino be a co-director, or they wouldn't let Tarantino be a co-director on Sin City, and wouldn't let Frank Miller be a co-director on Sin City. So they had dropped out of the DGA at that time. By that time.
Yeah. So very interesting year for the director's branch, but I feel justified in my pick then, even though those who don't love Argo at least feel like it's a good pick for a snub. But there's another one that I want to talk about, honorable mentions, that is also as egregious in terms of like actor turned director who made a masterpiece and then didn't get rewarded for it. But he did get nominated for actor, so I'll feel a little bit better about that one. But Carly, you're up. What are you going to pick here?
I was saving director for last because I thought you guys might help me, but you did not. So
we can still save it for last because we've all picked our directors.
I know, but like, you're not going to help me at this point. So I'm just going to pick it now because like, it's So I really, really wanted to pick Greta Gerwig. I did because I have a lot to say about her because I love her. She's like my top 3 directors ever. But I think I need to go with a snub to me that feels egregious. So I am going to go with Ava DuVernay for Selma.
Ooh, nice.
It just feels like she did that. What she did in that movie is just so freaking impressive. Like she rewrote Martin Luther King's speeches in the movie and had to make them feel like the same vibe without using the actual words because she couldn't get the rights to the words. And like, she's just, especially with the stat of how many Black directors have been nominated. Were there any Black women in there, Dill?
No, not a single Black woman has been
nominated. Not a single Black woman. That's just crazy to me, especially when it's like her work with Selma is just so freaking good. It's such a great film, and like she directs it so masterfully. So I like really wanted to pick Greta, but I have to pick Ava DuVernay because it just feels like so deserved. I don't know who the nominees were that
Well, I'll
year.
tell you right now. The winner was Alejandro Giannichiro for Birdman. Also nominated were Richard Linklater for Boyhood, Bennett Miller for Foxcatcher, a film that didn't even get a Best Picture nomination, Wes Anderson for The Grand Budapest Hotel, and Morton Tildum for The Imitation Game. I think that's a pretty strong lineup, but I do think, considering Foxcatcher wasn't even a Best Picture nominee and Selma was, I do think it would have made more sense for Selma to get in for director over Foxcatcher. But I think that is a very stacked slate. Also, Damien Damien Chazelle not nominated for Whiplash that year as well. So
Oh.
that's just a stacked slate. But I do think there's room for her, especially for the iconography of it, considering Alejandro Gianrichard would just win the next year too. So I really do think next to like Wes Anderson for me, I think Ava DuVernay definitely should have a spot somewhere in there. But yeah, like very, very good pick. Also, notable, Selma only gets nominated for picture and song, and it wins for best song, but it doesn't even get a screenplay nomination either, which is what you were saying with the script, with the rewriting of the speeches. That should have been a shoo-in. That's something I didn't even really know about. So yeah, she's incredible, and if there is a black woman to win or get nominated, I hope she is. Hopefully, if she's not the first, I hope it's just because there's a great director showing in the next few years that gets in. But yeah, she should have one by now. Yeah, it's a shame.
And the thing is, Birdman is more of a cinematography movie than a directing movie. And so I think The Revenant is more of a directed movie by Iñárritu, more so than Birdman. The cinematography is what really, because there's that one camera take where it's no editing. It looks like there's no. That's cinematography and editing. That's not director. But I mean, because the director's in charge of all that stuff.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah,
and that won Best Picture, so I get it. But
yeah. I didn't like it as much as Boyhood, so that's why I'm crapping on it. I guess
that's fair. Any thoughts on Ava DuVernay? Yeah, Matt.
Let me tell you, I know I've said this so much. I remember this. I remember this not getting nominated. And I'm going to be 100% honest. I don't love Selma. Like I was pretty excited about it. It kind of underwhelmed me. But I thought that he did an incredible job as director. And this is why when I look at things like as we've all kind of talked about here about if a director if someone not nominated for, if someone nominated for director who's not nominated for Best Picture, sometimes they can do a fantastic job at being a director, but isn't necessarily my favorite picture, even if they are. And this is one of those cases. I thought she did an incredible job at recreating the stuff. I thought she did a great job at adding the tension in something that we know what's going to happen. Anytime you can add that much tension in a historical context, where I'm like, I know what happens in Selma, but there's still tension there. Like, and so anytime you can do that, that is always incredible filmmaking to me. I just it wasn't one that I loved, even though I did love the craft of it. But it was a shock. There's another snub from that. Well, you mentioned screenplay, but there's another snub that people often talk about that I also thought was I guess
for that film.
Yeah, for that film.
Yeah,
I'm thinking maybe.
No, you're right, but we'll talk about it later because it might come up on someone's list. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm not going to mention exactly what it is, but there's another one that I thought was also incredibly egregious. But I think that we are I think that we are thankfully progressing as a society on that. But there was a lot, especially around that time, of us seeing this type of stuff and going, "Why is this happening?" And then that's why we're kind of changing. It sucks that we have to have these conversations, but we have to, or things aren't going to change, Absolutely. So yeah, that was it.
Yeah, Chad, this was your number 4 when we did our ranking. What do you think of this one?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a really great pick. When I was looking up directing snubs, this came up frequently, and you think like things are progressing in society well. And then, like Dylan, you like throw out that stat, like no black woman has ever won director. And I'm just like, it's just insane.
Ever been nominated?
Black man.
No black person has won. No black woman has ever been nominated. Yeah.
Got that? Yeah. I mean, that's even worse. That's like no love has been given, and it's like it's not like we have a shortage of great black women in the entertainment industry. Not just giving great performances, but behind the camera. And, I think we need to celebrate, things like that more. That only brings more voices into the conversation, because like when you have someone like that win an award like this, then it shows like young, black people that like I can aspire to that, and I can to one day win an award like that or do something like that. But if all you see are just white faces everywhere on the awards, then maybe you might not think it's something that's within your reach. Not that everybody thinks about themselves just in like one category or anything like that, but I do think it helps. It's kind of like when I heard like people say like like a young black kid might watch Friends and go, why doesn't any of them look like me, kind of a deal. Like it helps to have representation in media and stuff. And I'm not just saying that she should have won the award because of her identity, but also it's just a great directed movie. I think you guys have all laid out so many, like Carly especially, it's her pick, great facts about like why this was so well directed and very personal. And we all talk about like films that are like about the Black experience or the Native American experience or anything like that, and how they're better when they're told from the perspective of a person in that community. And here we get that. It's like perfect. And yeah, I mean, I think this is a great pick.
Great. Well, Chad, you do have the next pick, so I'm going to just transition right to you. You still have to get your picture and one of your other acting prizes.
All right. Well, I think I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to keep the horror train going. My next two picks.
Yeah.
But the first one, I'm going to go with an actor so that I can have my best picture snub be last.
Cool.
Because I was trying to think if I was going to go for actor for someone from my best picture, but I think I'm going to spread the love a little bit and go with another horror actor for my acting. And I'm going to highlight, because I keep checking this movie, because it was a movie that was nominated for best picture. I kept checking just to make sure my eyes were correct, and that this wasn't an actual nomination on the day. And it is Robert Shaw from Jaws.
Yeah.
Dude, like, I was like, I'm going to nominate him. No, I'm just kidding. He definitely got a nomination. And then I keep checking, and I'm like, he didn't get a nomination. Like, there were no acting awards for that movie. And, like, that's, like, seen as, like, one of the best movies ever, too. It's, like, I can say one of Spielberg's masterpieces because he has a few. And this is just one of those great movies that's just so good in general. Happens to be a great action movie, great horror movie. I don't think anybody can now. Maybe they can, but one of the greatest scores in cinema. And yet no acting performances. But Robert Shaw, the only thing I really knew him about for a long time was from Jaws. And I just thought he was that guy. And then I saw stuff like From Russia with Love. And I'm like, fuck, this is just like some British guy. Like, what is going on? He is not this like weird fisherman guy. I thought that was the guy. And turns out that's a character he was playing. And he's nothing like that. And I'm just like, this Jaws is so good. And some of the best scenes are with him. And especially like the meeting, like, the downtime in the ship when they're just waiting at night all talking. He gives like one of the greatest speeches, talks about the history of shark attacks and what happened to him when he was like in the military or whatever. It's just like so iconic. I think like one time when I'll have to resurface the video, but one time I tried out for the Schmodown and Carrie filmed me doing a Robert Shaw impression, and it's just like I can't remember like all the dialogue, but and right now I couldn't do it justice to my voice, but it's so iconic, the performance. And that movie doesn't work the same way if he's not in it, because he's just like that guy, and he is truly like a transformed like person to character kind of a deal, kind of like a Heath Ledger and stuff like that, where he disappears into that role. So yeah, Robert Shaw should have got a nomination, guys.
Yeah. I agree. The nominees of the time: George Burns wins for The Sunshine Boys. Brad Dourif is nominated for One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Burgess Meredith for The Day of the Locust. Chris Sarandon for Dog Day Afternoon, and Jack Warden for Shampoo. Assuming he would be supporting, because I would say Roy Scheider would be up for lead, but that's kind of iffy. But I think Robert Shaw's a supporting performance, and in my opinion, I really love Brad Dourif in Cuckoo's Nest, but everything else I'd probably put Robert Shaw above it, at least for nomination. But yeah, it's an iconic performance. That movie, as good as it is, still getting a Best Picture nomination, is still snubbed for so many crazy things that if I had broken my rule for, because everyone's picked their director, if I'd broken my rule for picking movies from my lifetime snubs that I can recall, Steven Spielberg is the number one for me, snub of all time in director. I just think that's crazy. But yeah, just an iconic performance, and really steals the film from a film that you only have 2 roles to steal from, really. So yeah, excellent.
Yeah, the Indianapolis scene, which you alluded to, Chad, where he's talking to Richard Dreyfuss, and they're showing each other scars, and he's talking about the Indiana. That's one of the all-time great scenes in movie history. That scene, and if you got an actor in that one of the all-time great movie scenes, and you don't feel the need to nominate him as in Best Supporting Actor, I mean, what are you doing? You know what I mean? What are you doing? Yeah, we know all the behind the scenes stuff about what happened with Jaws and stuff, but you're dealing with what is on screen in the movie itself. And it's the movie that coined the phrase blockbuster, because people were lined up around the block to see Jaws. And then quotes like, people don't go in the water anymore, and stuff like that. People stop going in the ocean and stuff because of, it's like, how do you just ignore that? And it's ridiculous. So great pick.
Cool. Carly?
Yeah, I think it's a fantastic pick. I was worried you were gonna steal another horror actor that was also in Best Picture. When you were describing it, I was just holding my breath, and you're like Robert Shaw. I was like, okay, good. Not that it's not a great pick. I was just really worried because my number one, I was like, oh no, Chad's gonna take what I want. But yeah, I think it's a great pick. I didn't have him in here under performances, but I did, like Dill said, I had Spielberg for Jaws for director. So like just a lot of big snubs with Jaws, and yeah, it's a fantastic performance. Like God, yeah, like we've talked about that scene where he's looking at the scars and telling about his experience. It's just like, it just kind of pulls you in so much. So it's a great pick.
Great. Matt?
Cage goes in the water. You go in the water. Shark's in the water. Our shark. I don't know why I did that. This is obviously an incredible pick, and I'm surprised as well. Like that is an all-time great performance, and feels like it should have been. I agree with Dill on that. Like, I still would have nominated Brad Dourif, but I probably would have given the Oscar to to Robert Shaw. Like, it is. It's egregious. It's an excellent pick.
Cool. All right. Everyone's talked on Robert Shaw. Sorry, I was just looking for my next pick because I'm agonizing over 2, and I'm hoping that Dan or Chad already picked his 2 actors, and or Carly. Okay, I hope Dan or Carly can help make it easy for me. But Dan, you get 2 back-to-back now. Let's round out this 4th round. What are you going to pick?
Well, look, I was on Picture This a few times, and one of the years I was on Picture this woman was nominated for a film on that slate, and it was called For Whom the Bell Tolls. And I said to these guys at the time, I said, what? Are you good? Tell me that again. Are you saying this person wasn't nominated for Casablanca? Are you kidding me? Ingrid Bergman was not nominated for Casablanca? That's ridiculous. Ridiculous. She should have won Best Supporting Actress for Casablanca. Not just get nominated. And she's nominated for a movie that's up terrible. For Whom the Bell Tolls is terrible. It's not a good movie. It's not a good movie, in my opinion. And I love Gary Cooper. I love Gary Cooper. This is one of the all-time greatest snubs in movie history. She is phenomenal in Casablanca. The one tear. You know, in all the gin joints in all the world, you had to walk into mine, you know? And it's just the lines of dialogue in this movie are some of the greatest lines of dialogue. She's incredible in this movie. Incredible. It's one of my favorite performances of all time. This woman was not nominated. It's ridiculous.
She was nominated just for a different
Not for that movie.
I know,
She should have been nominated for this movie. Not for Whom the Bell Tolls.
I love a skip.
Which movie are we talking about?
Casablanca.
Are you sure you got the name right? I've never.
That was funny.
Good job, Matt.
Yeah,
job, Matt.
I was like, wait, Matt, yeah. She was not. Here's the lineup. Jennifer Jones wins for The Song of Bernadette. Let's see how red Dan gets over the course of my listing of these nominees. Jean Arthur for The More the Merrier. Ingrid Bergman for The Bell Tolls. Joan Fontaine for The Constant Nymph, and Greer Garson for Madame Curie. So not. I think Ingrid Bergman stands above all 5 of those, including herself. The only reason it wasn't on my list is because I was not alive for it, and that's just my criteria. But like,
I knew that wasn't going to be.
Yeah, if we were going just overall, like it makes a lot of sense. I think it's softened by the fact that she at least got nominated. It's the same reason why I didn't pick my favorite actress of all time for another movie, even though she won an Oscar the same year for a different one. I'm like, she still won an Oscar, so I'm not going to complain. But you're right. I think if she gets nominated, she probably wins as well. So, but Gaslight was the next year, so at least they realized their mistake there, and gave her the win the next year. But it's a great pick. Obviously, it's one of the greatest performances of all time in what I think is one of the greatest movies of all time, which Matt and I agree is one of the top 5 screenplays of all time. So, Chad, we covered this with Dan. What do you think of Ingrid Bergman here as a snub?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to match Dan's passion for this.
Yeah,
but
I think you would lose your voice altogether if you did.
I would. I'm not able to do it on that level. No, it's great. I mean, that's the whole point of this draft is that, we put so much passion into Academy Awards, and sometimes they make weird choices. And, have a movie like Casablanca where you're like, kind of everything should be nominated for that movie. It's like one of the best movies ever. And, I agree. And especially with, someone like Isabella Rossellini's mother here, who is like one of the most iconic actresses of all time. And, it's not like she hasn't like done this before. Like Dylan said, like she won for Gaslight, and that's another brilliant performance. And, she's just always doing this. She is in Notorious, right? That's a Hitchcock movie. She also should have been nominated for. Just like nominate her for everything is what I'm saying. Maybe not for Whom the Bell Tolls, but definitely nominate her for Casablanca. I definitely agree that this is just a huge snub because movie should have got all the nominations.
Yeah, she also wins.
She
for,
didn't.
Yeah, go ahead, Matt.
Oh, sorry. I was just about to say she didn't win for Gaslight. That's just in your head.
You
I knew what he was doing. I knew what he was doing.
That was good because I was looking at it. I was like, it's right here.
I think you're just imagining seeing it there, Dell.
Yeah. You might want to get your head
iconic.
checked, Dylan.
That was amazing. That was the best moment I've ever had in my life. Yeah, she also wins for The Murder on the Orient Express. That was the other one she won for. So she has 2, but she should have 3. So yeah. Oh, sorry, Matt. You talk about it.
But I have only seen 2 of those movies that were nominated that year, and they both were the Ingrid Bergman movies. But I can say for sure that her better one was Casablanca, and she's incredible. It's not much else to say. We've talked about this movie already today, how much we love it. And although this is the first time it's actually been one of the snubs, but we have talked about it already, and she's incredible in it and should have won that year for it. As far as I'm concerned, I haven't seen the winner, so I don't know. maybe not.
Yeah.
But
I've seen them all.
I
think
can't imagine I wouldn't feel
being
that
the
way.
being the religious fiend you are, I think you would love the Song of Bernadette, Matt.
He's good in it. Though.
You know
Just kidding.
me.
I think you would give it a star on Letterboxd. Honestly, I like it, but I think it would piss you off. But who knows? Maybe. Carly, what are your thoughts on Ingrid Bergman before? We
I mean,
transition to
it's
the final round?
Casablanca. Any like Chad was saying, it's like one of the greatest films of all time. Any category it's not nominated for, I think you could argue it's a snub because it's Casablanca. So I think it's a great pick, and like I'm not shocked she's not nominated, but like she should have been nominated. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Dan, give us one more big snub to round out your board. You got to give us a
Well,
tech snub.
Yeah, I know. I got, you guys know I'm a film critic, and my inspiration for wanting to be a film critic was Siskel and Ebert, Gene Siskel and Roger Ebert, and I watched their show at the movies, when I was a kid, and I followed them religiously. They were like priests, like religious priests for me. Movies was my religion, And in, I believe, 1994, a gentleman by the name of Roger Ebert had a movie, not one of his favorite movies of the year, not the best documentary or whatever. It was his number one movie of the entire year. And it didn't even get nominated in its own category that it should have won, and it's one of the all-time snubs in this category, probably the number one snub in the history of the Academy Awards in this category. And I coached basketball, and I know about working with inner city kids and how their family life can be a struggle, and coming to that court and being there with their fellow players and their coaches and stuff. And I've given kids rides home. I've donated money to kids. Their family needed money and this and that and the other. I know what it's like. These kids have a tough life. That court, that court life on a basketball court with their teammates and their coaches and stuff, and going from school to school. That this movie, Hoop Dreams, captured
There it is.
every aspect of a kid's life in high school, going through the high school with his classmates, the boys and the girls, and being with his teammates, and with Arthur Agee and I forget the other kid's name in the movie that they're being documented, their lives. One's going to an inner city school, and one's going to a Catholic school just outside of Chicago and stuff like that. And I mean, this movie not only should have won Best Documentary back then, it still stands up today as a phenomenal documentary depicting inner city life of kids and their families and the struggles that one kid can go this direction and the other can go this direction, and you don't know what their lives are going to turn. I've seen it happen time and time again because I've coached football and I've coached basketball. And I mean, this is one of the all-time travesties in the history of the Academy Awards, that Hoop Dreams doesn't even get nominated for Best Documentary. It should have won for Best Documentary.
Yeah, I have actually never seen it. That's a crazy blind spot for me. I believe it's pretty long, and maybe I just didn't have the time to watch it. Yeah, it's like 3.5, 4 hours or something.
Is it really?
I think
Wow,
so.
I didn't realize it was that long.
Maybe not. Maybe I'm thinking of something else, but
No, I think I remember it was long. That's the reason I haven't checked it out quite yet, because I want to have the time to sit down.
Yeah,
and
okay,
really...
2 hours and 50 minutes, so it's actually not that long for me. But like, yeah, it's long enough that I haven't had the time to like sit down and watch it and give it its proper due. But nominees of that year: Maya Lin, A Strong Clear Vision. Everyone talks about that one. Complaints of a Dutiful Daughter, D-Day Remembered, Freedom of My Mind, A Great Day in Harlem. I'm joking. I don't think anyone really talks about those. They're probably great documentaries, but I really don't think anyone could be like, oh yeah, that's got a criterion. That's, like, it's Hoop Dreams is Hoop Dreams, and I just think that's what it is. It's an excellent pick. I know it's one of the top like movie snubs of all time, even though tech is such a broad term and such a defining term that like documentary feature will allow it because it's below the line. It's a snub, and this is the place to draft it. It's great. Matt, you're muted. I love your face though.
Sorry. I was muted. As soon as you said Roger Ebert, I knew what you were, what
Yeah.
was happening here.
I mean,
Because I am also a critic, and I also was inspired by Siskel and Ebert because I used to watch At the Movies every Saturday morning or whenever it came on. I remember how that was his favorite. That's the reason I watched it is because Roger Ebert talked about it so much. There's only 2 movies in the history of the Oscars that I can remember that were not only snubbed for direct or for best documentary, but people also considered them as snub for best picture. And that is Hoop Dreams and Fahrenheit 9/11. Those are the only 2 that I've ever in history, and they were both thought they might get best picture, or people were hoping, at least who were hoping that they might get best picture, and they didn't even get nominated in their own category, which is probably because both of them pushed for best picture, is probably the problem. But regardless, I haven't seen it in a long time. I've actually been thinking about rewatching it because I really want to. And then yesterday, when I looked up kind of after I'd made my list, I wanted to look up some snubs to see if I missed anything. That was one of them where I was like, oh yeah, I definitely should have this on my list. So it's on my list as well. It is egregious.
When Dylan said everything below actor and screenplay was included in the text, I was like, well, I know what I'm picking in my tech. And I had a few on my list, but I was like, I'm just going with this.
because documentaries are technical achievements. It's fine. It counts. Chad, thought on Hoop Dreams.
It's just so weird that we don't have precedent of a documentary being nominated for Best Picture. And I know that's not what Dan is talking about, but it's just kind of a weird fact where it's just kind of like, well, we finally got the animated breakthrough. What's going to be the documentary breakthrough? That's just so undeniable that you have to. And if you think about it, this Hoop Dreams, it's a documentary, just happens to be the reality television of, film movies or whatever. It's just a documentary, but it also happens to be a coming of age story. It just happens to be about real people. And we've seen people blend stuff like that, where you have Chloe Zhao doing the writer and stuff like that, where it's kind of a documentary, but not really. It's real people acting in their own story. Here's kind of a similar thing. And it's just a great story, a devastating story, if I'm remembering it correctly. But it's just, something that shows what real people go through in this lane. And I love how Dan was talking about his personal connection to, people who go through situations like this, where all their dreams hinge on making this impossible thing happen, is making it big time in some sort of sports thing, where I don't know what the statistics are about making in that, but it's really difficult. It's making it to the Olympics or something like that. It's just such a difficult thing to do, and almost nobody makes it. But
it's like a pyramid. It's like a pyramid. To get to the top of that pyramid, everybody's at the bottom, and that top is very, very difficult to get to.
Yeah, and I think this movie shows that difficulty really well. And there's a reason people like Roger Ebert championed it so hard. I do think it's a really great movie. I also don't remember it that well, but it's also one I would definitely go back to and think it was a snub. The other ones, we don't even know what they are. So,
yeah. I will say there is one little correction there. There is one best documentary to ever be nominated for Best Picture. It's the very first Oscars, the silent film Chang, A Drama of the Wilderness, which I gave 1 full star and Chad gave half a star to. That should tell you all you need to know about how overdue we are for a good good documentary in Best Picture.
There's animal cruelty in that movie.
Yes, real animal cruelty filmed on camera. So let's wipe it clean. Get us a Hoop Dreams or something, please.
Right. Well, and I wanted to just mention that not only is it a great movie that tells a great story, an important story, but it also and I think this is just probably for the people in mine and Dan's age group. It also ushered in just a massive rush of basketball movies in the 90s. Stuff like He Got Game,
Finding Forrester,
Sunset Park, The Air Up There, Blue Chips,
Love and Basketball,
Basketball Diaries. There was also an Ernest movie, Slam Dunk Ernest.
oh
Yeah.
God,
Air Bud.
Air Bud.
Air
Yeah.
Bud. Hey, there's nothing in the rule books that says a documentary can't win Best Picture.
Exactly.
That's an
There you go.
Airbug reference.
No, there was a few years ago, and I can't remember what it was. I literally thought a documentary was going to get nominated for Best Picture, and I just can't for the life of me remember what it was right now. But there was a few, not at least a handful to 6 or 7 years ago. Something was on my radar for a potential Best Picture nomination, or something I loved a lot, and I can't remember what it is right now.
Yeah, I think 13th, going
Maybe.
along the lines of Carly's pick of Ava DuVernay was kind of
Maybe.
in the mix, but not. Yeah, I hope
Yeah.
someday we'll get a good one.
Dylan, to just give you reference, I don't know. Have you seen Air Bud, the movie Air Bud?
Yeah, of course.
Well, there's nothing in the rule book that says a dog can't play basketball. I was saying
okay.
there's nothing in the rule books that says a documentary can't
There you
win
go.
Best
I
Picture.
thought you were saying that's a quote from Air Bud. I'm like, what are the odds they bring up documentaries and Best Picture in Air Bud? I was like, whoa, who knew? Carly, you said you haven't seen Hoop Dreams, right?
Yes, I haven't seen it just because it's on the longer side. So I will get to it eventually. It just wasn't, it's on the longer side, so it wasn't very high on my list. But I think it's a good pick, and I love a good documentary. I feel like we need like a draft day where one of the categories is documentary, because I feel like we don't talk about them as much. But
Yeah, documentary draft day would be really cool, and I think we have 20. We could fill it with 25 easily. All right, Chad, you're up. Your final pick. You got to pick your picture. What are you picking as your best horror picture snub? Assuming that you're going to continue along the horror train, or you're going to go total pivot 180 and pick something else.
No, I mean, I do have a handful of movies that I would love to talk about for this right now, and none of them have been picked. But I'm gonna go with one that just doesn't make sense, like Oscar wise, why this wasn't nominated, because the director was nominated. It's on the Sight and Sound of one of the best movies ever.
Mm-hmm. This is on my short list.
And it's partly horror. Mulholland Drive.
Mm-hmm.
David Lynch. Mulholland Drive is one that it's a very interesting movie. And I will say, I kind of understand, because when I first watched Mulholland Drive, I was like, this movie's a fucking mess. What is this movie? It's so weird.
Just a heads up, I have not seen Mulholland Drive, so
Okay.
you could be
Yeah.
spoiler free.
I won't spoil.
It's hard to spoil, but yeah,
Okay.
So
it's one of those mind
it's so
fucks, yeah.
nuts. I would love to hear your thoughts once you watch it for the first time, because it is a little it's kind of like Pulp Fiction in a way, where it's it's not linear, and it's it's just kind of discombobulated in a way, but in the best way possible for someone like David Lynch, who doesn't always tell stories in a linear fashion, and who can use creative licenses to really go for the metaphor, and almost make metaphors physical things and stuff sometimes, and really take themes and play with the audience's imagination and expectations, and just be like, I'm going to take this theme and personify it. Kind of a deal a lot of the times. And so some Lynch movies like this, and Lost Highway and stuff, you almost have to watch it 2-3 times sometimes to really understand what he's saying. But once you do, it's the most rewarding thing ever. And for the Oscars in particular, this movie feels like such a weird snub, because it's like one of the best movies about Hollywood and the Hollywood system, and what it takes to make it in Hollywood, but also what happens if all your dreams are crushed, kind of a deal. So it's just and how he plays with that with the characters. And I almost was going to nominate Naomi Watts for this, because that is another egregious thing that should have got nominated. But I wanted to do the full picture because I'm like, this is so up the Academy's alley. And they nominated David Lynch for director for it. So it's like, it was on their wavelength. So I don't understand. Like, if you think it's the reverse of the Ben Affleck, where it's like, gave him the nomination, but not the full movie. And I do think, wait, 2001? No, I mean, you could have taken away A Beautiful Mind.
Yeah, I was going to say, the lineup is A Beautiful Mind, Gosford Park, In the Bedroom, Fellowship of the Ring, and Moulin Rouge. So
there's a guy, I could see them take away Moulin Rouge. I could see, I'm not a huge fan of Gosford Park, but I think around the time I could see why some people were and stuff. It's a well-made movie, but Mulholland Drive is kind of like the whole kit and caboodle. It's like the whole package. It is just a masterpiece of everything. And I say partly horror because, it's also just like a big drama, but like the horror stuff is really real. And he really does the horror well. It's kind of like a Moore, where, the horror, it's like got an overtone of horror and stuff. But like, I don't know if everyone would watch it and go straight to, this is a horror, like capital H horror film, but it still does work for what I'm trying to do here and my theme. But
I think it's definitely a horror movie.
Yeah. But it's just like, I know it's a little confusing when you first watch it, but it's so rewarding when you watch it again and again. You're just like, oh my God, how did I not understand this movie before? It makes perfect sense. And then once you understand it, you'll instantly be like, I think this might be one of the best movies I've ever seen.
Yeah. And it's got the legacy on its side too because of that. Yeah. Matt?
Oh, I know you two aren't big fans of some of the other movies that were nominated that year for best picture. I am. I like all of those that were nominated that year. But I could definitely I understand where you're coming from on this one. It's funny, we talked about Roger Ebert. Roger Ebert hated this movie. And I remember I on the red carpet, I believe, of the Oscars, he was Roger Ebert was doing, like, talking to people as they were coming by, and David Lynch comes up and he's like, it's David Lynch who made a movie that I still don't understand, Mulholland Drive, and David Lynch says, you understand it, you just don't know you do. I think that's actually makes a lot of sense to me as someone who likes Mulholland Drive, but had to watch it twice before I really liked it. Like you said, I can understand that. I will say that there's competing reports from David Lynch himself. He said both ways, so I don't know which is true. But there's either this was or wasn't originally, because it was originally the pilot for a TV show. And then when they canceled that, they made it into a movie. The competing reports are David Lynch has both said it is and wasn't supposed to be a Twin Peaks spinoff for Audrey Horne.
Yes.
But he's also said, I never said that, but then people have quotes of him saying that. So it's hard to say one way or the other. But yeah, it's a movie that I really enjoy. I do think it is horror. Carly, you still haven't seen it. Remember when I did my friends pick my movies and I recommended it to you?
I'm going to see it at some point after Oscars.
Dylan's definitely watched his, right?
Yes. Have I? What is my...
I don't think you have, or you haven't told me. I'm just joking.
I don't remember.
It was the In and of Itself
no, I have not watched that yet. No, yeah. But I believe you recommended it while I was on the cruise. But I do think
maybe
Mulholland Drive though is one where you have to watch a few times. I agree with all of you. Like, it's still not one that I've gotten a complete grasp on, but I don't think I want to yet. I like sitting with where I'm at with it. But yeah, the snub, it's a little tougher when there's 5 pictures and 5 directors, because it's like, okay, like there's a little wiggle room for like, okay, one to make it somewhere and not the other. It's not like the 10 where like Argo's winning Best Picture over 8 other films, yet it's still not one of the top 5 directed. But also what Dan said, the director's branch is separate from the picture branch, and I could see definitely the directors all being like, this is so cool, this is unique, and then like the general like acting, screenwriting, all of them are kind of like, what is this? So I get why it wasn't up for picture, but at the same time, I think it should be. And I don't know what I would have taken. Oh, I know what I would have taken out, but obviously, A Beautiful Mind was going to win and going to get in there no matter what. I judging by what didn't get director, it looks like In the Bedroom or Moulin Rouge was probably like the 4 or 5 there. So between those two, I probably would have cut Moulin Rouge. But Moulin Rouge is Moulin Rouge. It's awesome. So it's tough. It's a stacked slate, but I think Mulholland Drive deserves a spot there personally. But
yeah, I also want to just add real quick, just because like I forgot about the TV show thing that Matt brought up, and that's absolutely true. And that's like also a testament. I mean, it's a testament to why he got director, but like also just a testament to how good this movie is that he took like a failed TV show thing and then made one of the best movies out of it. It's just like such a cool story.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah.
All right, Dan. Yeah.
Yeah. Look, I like Mulholland Drive. And I like the whole Hollywood noir type of crazy, weird thing going on. And I'm not the biggest fan of Moulin Rouge. So I would have swapped those two out if it was me. I've seen all these movies. I'll be honest, I think it's a very good Best Picture lineup. I'm not the biggest fan of Moulin Rouge, but also the directing lineup is very good. So it's hard when you only have 5 and 5, you know. And obviously the directing branch thought the directing was good enough to get Lynch in there. So, but yeah, maybe it was a little too existential for them to put in the Best Picture. Who knows?
Yeah. And I'm just checking now. I had already left for Toronto when Matt recommended that film for me, so it's on my list. I will watch it by the end of this week. I promise.
I was just messing.
No, but I want to watch it. I want to watch it. I forgot that you had recommended that, and I want to watch it. Once the Oscars are over, I'll have a whole 5 days to watch whatever I want. So
There you go.
A whole 5 days.
yeah, exactly. Before I leave for Toronto again, but
And I just checked. I have a hold on it at the library, Matt. That's why I haven't watched it yet.
there you
Excellent.
go.
You're both have fallen right into my trap. No, I will say that I haven't, and this is not about this movie, but just so I can be on record with it, I haven't rewatched it in a long time. But in 2001, A Beautiful Mind was a really great movie.
Yeah.
And
No.
Paul Bettany is great in it.
Yeah, I'm definitely in the minority of that. Like, yeah, and I think it makes sense why it was nominated and won, because it won a lot of awards. It's
Ed
not-
Harris
that was
is good in it. Russell Crowe
Ed
is on
Harris
that
is
roll.
great.
Russell
They're
Crowe
all
was just
really
on a
great in
roll
it.
at that time in his career.
Yeah.
He was just on a roll.
I remember you and I were both kind of really soft on that movie and Picture This.
Yeah, I
We were
don't
like,
know.
eh.
Maybe I'll give it another go. Maybe, I don't know.
Well, people say that it didn't happen that way. The mind games that were in his head, what he was seeing, people they didn't like how it was visualized on screen, and so
I don't really care about
they
that.
were kind of taking liberties with it. But
Yeah, that part I don't really care as much about. I have to go back and read my review and listen to see what I didn't love about it. But that's not the point.
I think it was the
nominated, so
male gaze of it all that
Maybe.
you didn't like, if I remember
That could
your
be it, too.
episode.
That could be it. Too.
yeah,
But also it was 2001, so we didn't care about that as much back then. So I
exactly.
may be just remembering it from that, and maybe
Yeah.
I'd feel differently if I rewatched
Fair.
it.
Fair. Also, it beat In the Bedroom and Fellowship, which are 2 of my favorite films of all time. So that could also be it too. I was just mad. I was like, you could have given it to Fellowship here, and it wouldn't have. Yeah, there's a whole can of worms.
Also, he was bisexual, and they did not address that in the movie, and that made a lot of people upset. But
That's
not people who were at the time
Right.
who would have had much influence. So
That's a 50s, 60s poll right there. That's an old school move there, Academy. Or I guess Ron Howard. I don't know. All right, Carly, your final pick. You have to pick one more actor. Who are you gonna pick?
I just realized the actor I had was nominated, so give me 1 second.
Oh no, who was it? Just to give him a shout
It
out.
was Daniel Kaluuya.
Oh yeah, for Get Out.
Yeah, I thought he was number. He was not.
Ooh,
Okay.
okay. So you got to go back to the drawing board.
Yes, back to the drawing board.
Hmm.
Okay. Was Jacob Tremblay nominated?
He was not.
Okay, let's go with the little baby Jacob Tremblay from
Yes,
Room.
I love that pick.
Because the kids are not nominated at the Oscars as much as I feel like they should have. Like, I feel like when a kid gives a really phenomenal performance, like the Oscars are just like, never mind, no, we're good. And it's just crazy to me because it's just like he's like obviously is Brie Larson to work off of, and she's amazing in that film as well. But like, he is just like, he just kills it. Like, he's the heart and soul of that film. If his performance does not work, that film does not work. And like, he's just phenomenal in that. And like he's just a great actor in general. Whenever I see him in anything, I'm like, oh, it's a little boy from Room all grown up. So like,
Yeah, he's going to college either this year or last. Isn't that crazy?
Is he still acting, or is?
Yeah,
I just
he was
seen
nominated
him
for
in,
Spirit Award this year. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
right.
what was he in?
Yeah,
I just seen
Sovereign.
him in,
I was muted. He was in Life of Chuck.
That
Life
He
of
played
Chuck
King
and
Chuck.
Sovereign.
That's it.
Right.
what did he
Yeah.
get nominated for, Chad? It was Sovereign. It was called. Yeah,
Yeah.
Sovereign. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I saw Sovereign. He's very good in it. If he's the son, yeah. He's
And the
very
voice
Yes,
of Flounder in Little Mermaid. Don't forget.
good. But yeah, like I said, it's just he's phenomenal. He should have been nominated. I don't think it's like egregious necessarily, but I think it is shocking that like he deserved that nomination in my opinion.
It's egregious to me. It was a Pickle Award winner for Best Youth Actor. Nominee, I think I gave it to Ben Mendelsohn for Mississippi Grind. But I would nominate him for Best Lead Actor, but he was being campaigned in supporting, so I'll just tell you who was up for supporting that didn't get it. Nominated were Mark Rylance, who won for Bridge of Spies, Christian Bale for The Big Short, Tom Hardy for The Revenant, Mark Ruffalo for Spotlight, and Sylvester Stallone for Creed. Very stacked there. I do think there could have been room for him there, no pun intended. And then in Best Actor, if we were to go lead, if they were to pull a lead, because I do think he's the lead of that movie, or co-lead at least, Leonardo DiCaprio won for The Revenant. Also nominated was Bryan Cranston for Trumbo, Matt Damon for The Martian, Michael Fassbender for Steve Jobs, and Eddie Redmayne in The Danish Girl a year after he had already won. So I think Eddie Redmayne you easily take out there for Jacob. But either way, I think there's room for him. He's giving a great performance at an age that, you get so much from that age at that age that other actors don't get in 30-40 years, that much nuance and level of emotional commitment. I think child performances are criminally under awarded in the industry, probably because they have time, so people aren't urgent to get them nominations. But I'm like, some of these kids don't act after they go to school and find their other passions. Like, we don't see as much Macaulay Culkin acting these days. Henry Thomas is acting, but he's not like headlining many things. He's not a big movie star. Like, there's certain actors that I think like, get them while they're hot, award them when they're young and giving us great work. Like, why wait? Because maybe that can give them a career that can grow and flourish. Or you have your Kavenzane Wallaces, who we also don't really hear from nowadays. So really sad that he didn't get nominated in what is my favorite movie of that year. So I'm a big fan of this snub pick. So great pick, Carly. Yeah. Any thoughts on Jacob Tremblay?
Yeah, no, I mean, Jake Eller Coltrane, where's this kid? Whatever. Say what you will about it, Eller Coltrane. I mean, I'm just saying. But no, you're absolutely right. Where is the child Oscar nominated category? Why don't we just mix it? 3 boys and 3 girls. You don't have to have together. You don't have to have 2 separate categories. Just do one. Under 18. One Academy Award youth.
Critics' Choice does it. Critics' Choice does it.
Yeah, just one youth category. Mix 3 boys with 3 girls. It's showing every year there's more boys and girls that are giving fantastic performances in movies. You could easily have nominated somebody in one of these acting categories this year from one of the youth performances that we got from movies. I mean, and I'm sure Chad could talk to you about some youth performances in horror movies. I mean, it's just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous that you're saying that youth actors don't have a chance basically because they're young. Let's give them a chance 10 years from now, 20 years from now. Macaulay Culkin had a nice little career, but then what happened? Nothing, right? So you don't know what's going to happen with these kids. Yeah, we got your girl Rogue. We got, she won her Oscar at 12 years old for the piano and stuff, but is she in like 15 things a year or 5 things a year? No, you barely see her. Why can't I think of her name?
Anna Paquin.
True Blood and Rogue and a couple things, but yeah, no, this is an amazing pick. It's a travesty that Jacob Tremblay didn't get nominated for this movie. He is amazing in this movie.
Chad or Matt, any thoughts? Yeah, Chad.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because I think I remember a quote from Mike Flanagan on a podcast where he was talking about, because he worked with Jacob Tremblay on one of his films, Before I Wake, and he filmed it before Room. And then, of course, Jacob Tremblay is in Doctor Sleep and gives one of the best performances in that movie as a baseball boy. But Mike Flanagan was saying how when he saw Room, he was like, where was that acting when he was working with me and Before I Wake? But yeah, the point is he praised his performance in Room. And I think, it is weird how the Academy has their stigmas with kid actors, and it's just like a great performance is a great performance. And I know I wasn't super high on Room the first time I saw it, but then when I rewatched it for Picture This, you could go back to the episode, it tore me to pieces because I'm a dad now. And anytime I think about a little kid getting neglected in such a way where you take them from what they're supposed to do and they're supposed to be experiencing the world, and you keep them confined in a room as just pure child abuse. It's just so just the thought of it is just so hard to think about. But just the performance that because I know Brie Larson got all the love. She deserved it. She was so good in that movie. But Jacob Tremblay at such a young age, having to go from living in this room and that's the whole world he knows, to opening the worlds, and the whole book is narrated from his perspective. So him opening the world up in his mind and having to experience how big it is. It's just for him to do it at a young age is just so impressive that I didn't even think about this as a snub, but that's actually absolutely a snub.
Yeah.
This is a really great pick.
Yeah. Maddie, any thoughts on Jacob?
He sucked. No, I'm kidding. I saw something recently. I don't know if it was a reel or TikTok or maybe just a video of some sort. Somebody was saying, this is a great, not this performance, but whatever they were talking about. They were talking about they've never seen a great performance from a child. They've seen a great child performance, but never a great performance from a child. And I obviously disagree with that, and pointed out Jacob Tremblay in Room, Frankie Corio in After Sun, who for me would be a snub, should have been nominated. One of the greatest child performances I've ever seen. Not the point. I think that there's a lot of children that get overlooked because I think what you said, Dill, about it being they have plenty of time, but also people just not considering, they aren't recognizing the performances as anything other than a child's performance, and that's a shame. And I think he was great. I think I probably would have put him in supporting also, just because it feels like that's the convention there, but I would not have been upset about best picture either, or best actor either. But yeah, so it's a really great performance, and Macaulay Culkin's coming back. He was in Zootopia 2 and Fallout, so, and he's doing all kinds of interviews and stuff. He's all over the place. He's coming back.
There we go. Oscar for Culkin, for second Culkin. Two Culkins. Okay. My last pick, I have to pick an actor, and there was one that I was going to go with as he got nominated for SAG, BAFTA, Critics' Choice, and then didn't get the Oscar. It's the traditional snub, but I did that with Amy Adams, and I love... Matt, have you picked both your actors? No, so
no, I have one.
I will not say that name, but I will talk about it in honorable mentions. But also looking at what did get nominated, I'm honestly, I like all those performances, so it was harder to justify. This case, though, I think it's fun for two reasons. One, because this actor has never given an Academy Award level performance in my mind until this. Maybe one other one that I've actually never seen, but this is not an actor that you think of as a prestige actor. So when they give a great performance, it's whoa, this was awesome. But also the fact that I just picked Ben Affleck, I think it would be really iconic if I picked J-Lo for Hustlers. So I'm gonna pick J-Lo for Hustlers. Here's the thing. I think it's a great performance. I think it's incredible, and I think it's really one of those performances that you don't expect J-Lo to give. I know she did Selena, and that's the other one that I could definitely see her getting nominated for that, and that makes a lot of sense. Sorry, Matt, if that was what you were going to pick, but I do think, for an actor that is not necessarily on everyone's radars, to get nominated for this role, for a film that is just so unique and does kind of, not Oscar baity, but it is a weighty film. She's doing a lot of good dramatic stuff, but also just has such a coolness to her. She's playing a great character. Kind of reminds me of when like Brad Pitt won for Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. It's just like that character is so magnetic and so immediately iconic. So really a shame that she didn't get nominated for that. It was not as on the radar for a nomination by the time she did get snubbed. A lot of people were predicting the snub, but I still had hope, especially because there was kind of one slot kind of up for grabs. The nominees that year, Regina King won for If Beale Street Could Talk, not going to take that away from her. Amy Adams for Vice. She's gotten so many that like I would rather her get the Arrival one than Vice, but I get it. The one I think was the shocker on the day was Marina de Tavira for Roma. That was a huge surprise nomination. She hadn't gotten any precursors, but it is such a cool nomination. And then Emma Stone and Rachel Weisz both for The Favorite. Those obviously you wouldn't have subbed out. So who I would have subbed out, probably Amy Adams or Maria de Tavira, just because I thought Jennifer Lopez gave like one of the best performances of that year. It is still one of the best like one-off performances of an actor that I'm not usually a big fan of. Like, I just watched Kiss of the Spider-Woman on the plane back from California. Didn't love that film as much as I had hoped, and I was really, really hoping for that hyped up performance to be amazing. And just, it was not the best work I've seen of hers. Like, I thought she was good, but not for me as Oscar-worthy as some people who had been like, she got snubbed for Kiss of the Spider-Woman. I'm not as, outraged by that. But this movie, I was like, yeah, she got snubbed. She was so good. So I think it's a fun pick. Also having Batfleck and J-Lo on the graphic next to each other is kind of funny. Didn't mean for that to happen, but she was my number 3 on my list behind Amy Adams and Adam Sandler. So I was like, you know what? Adam Sandler's picked. I might as well go for my number 3 because then I have Ben and J-Lo next to each other. Some people are going to be annoyed at me for that, but I think it's an iconic performance and one of my favorites. So definitely would have been my pick. And my pick for that year was Blake Lively for A Simple Favor. So she wasn't even close to a nomination. At least J-Lo is more likely, but I would have nominated them both, honestly.
You put J-Lo or you put Bennifer on your board. People are going to think that's my draft board.
Yeah.
Considering how much I
played
talked
for the tabloids. Yeah, and Eternal Sunshine. This is a very Matt coded draft. Sorry, but
I haven't seen this. This is another situation where I expected to watch it for the Oscars and then didn't have time, and then it just never got around to it. But I have heard great things, and I really do want to see it. I'm generally not a fan of hers as an actor either. Her involvement in my life is generally me defending Ben Affleck against him dating her, or against accusations that he's bad just because he dated her, and was married to her, I guess.
Have you seen
anyway,
the Spider-Woman yet or no?
I haven't.
Okay.
I haven't had a chance to see it. I actually didn't even know she was in it.
Yeah, she's like the have you seen the original where it's like him telling a story in the jail cell? She's the fictionalized woman in all the stories when he's telling the stories.
Okay.
So,
Gotcha.
And it's a musical, obviously on Broadway, that they adapted to a film. So it's more of an adaptation of the musical than it is a remake of the William Hurt one. But she's magnetic in it in her musical numbers, but for me, not quite enough for best supporting actress that so many people were thinking she would get at the top of the season this year. But
yeah, I have not seen this, so I'm not going to talk about it, but I am interested in seeing it.
Carly, Hustlers, what do you think?
Oh, I love Hustlers.
I know you do. I know.
So hot in that movie. Oh my god. They're all so hot in that movie though. Yeah, I remember like hearing the buzz around it and like how she didn't quite make it but could have, and yeah, I think it's a good pick. It's not like, again, not egregious, not shocking necessarily, but it's one of the ones where it's like, damn, kind of wish she could have snuck in there.
Yeah. It's a final pick. Yeah.
Well, and the fact that it was such a stacked year with the actresses, that also makes it a little less shocking, but
yeah. That's fair. Chad, have you seen Hustlers?
Yeah, I saw it. I remember liking that movie fine enough. And I remember her performance being good, but I just don't it's not one that I remember as oh, that's one of the best of the year. But if someone said, like you said, that it is, I'm not going to fight you on it kind of a deal. It's like one of those where I'm like, I remember her being pretty good. It's just, I don't remember. And did you say who was nominated that year?
Yeah, Regina King, Amy Adams for Vice, Maria de Tavira for Roma, and then Emma Stone and Rachel Weisz for The Favorite.
Yeah, I
It's a tough year.
mean, it's a pretty tough year too. So, but I'm still of the mind where I'm like, just because it's a tougher year doesn't mean that it's still not deserving if it's deserving.
Mhm.
And you say it is, and I believe you.
Yeah. Dan, have you seen Hustlers? Do you like Hustlers?
Yeah, I mean, she was really good in Hustle. This is based on a true story.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't know that when I went to my screening of the movie, and it wasn't until afterwards I looked it up and stuff. I was like, "Oh my god, this is a real life story of Scores being robbed by its dancers." And I was like, "Holy crap!" Because I remember Howard Stern always used to talk about Scores all the time in New York, and I'm like, "Yeah, that's a place I might want to go someday." And then here we go, we get a movie about Scores basically, and the dancers robbing the place because they weren't being treated right and stuff. I was like, oh god. And she was good. I liked and I hate not knowing people's names, the Asian actress that's in it, opposite her too.
Constance Wu. Yeah.
Yeah, I like Constance Wu in it, opposite Jennifer Lopez, but she was good in it. I definitely would say you probably take out Marina de Tavera and put her in there.
Yeah. There you go. The Mr. Relevant pick is yours, Matt. The 25th pick in the draft. How are you rounding out this draft board? You have one performance left to take. You can pick Spike Lee for the three-peat if you want.
No, I'm okay. So this is hard because I have two left. One that I feel like everybody is going to agree with me on, considering what it is, but the movie has already been represented. One where it has not been represented, and it is actually it was more egregious to me. So I think I'm going to go with that one, but I'm going to tell you, since I'm the last one, I'm going to tell you the other one.
Was it Jack Nicholson?
The other one is Jim Carrey for Eternal Sunshine.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh,
Okay.
that's a good one.
That is the one that I really kind of was higher on the list, and I felt like would be good. But we've already talked about Eternal Sunshine and Jim Carrey a lot today.
Well,
so it's
my thing was like he has three really egregious snubs too that I couldn't pick between Eternal Sunshine, Truman Show, and Man on the Moon. That I was like, I'm just gonna let everyone else pick them. Yeah. So
yeah. No, I'm with you. I felt the same way. I was like, which one of those am I going to pick? Because I'm a huge fan of all three of those. But I'm going to go with, and this is the classic Dylan picks this thing last because it's not really that big a deal. No one would have stolen it, and maybe it's going to make people laugh at his board, but maybe not. There's a movie, and I'm gonna vamp for just a second. There's a movie that I went and saw, not knowing anything about, and that's one of my favorite ways to do it. But this was 2012, 2013. I don't remember what year this came out. You can tell me in a moment. Where I went and saw the movie, and I saw an actress who I didn't know. I hadn't. I'm sure I had seen her in things, but I didn't remember having like seen her in anything before. And in fact, the only person in the movie, there's only two people in the movie that I did recognize, and that was John Gallagher, because he was in the newsroom at the time. John Gallagher Jr. He was in the newsroom at the time, and Stephanie Beatrice, who's in Brooklyn Nine-Nine. So I knew those two. But the lead actress in the movie Short Term 12 was Brie Larson. And when I left that movie, I did the classic Matt thing where I said, if she doesn't win, she's absolutely going to be nominated. I don't know who this person is, but it will be a tragedy if she is not nominated. And I said that on a podcast that I had at the time. Don't go look it up. A classic podcast, just a regular voice only podcast at the time. And I said, I told him that I went and saw this, and Brie Larson is going to be nominated for an Oscar, and I think she should win. And she was not. So Brie Larson, Short Term 12 is my final pick.
Amazing. It wasn't on my radar just because I didn't think of it, but like, yeah, I mean, it's one of the. It might have been because I don't think I did a retrospective Pickle Awards when I did the 2013 retrospective, but I believe like I have it written down somewhere who my best actress of that year was, and I think it was Brie Larson. Like, I think it is probably my favorite female performance of that year. What else got nominated? That was the year Kate Blanchett won her second Oscar for Blue Jasmine. Amy Adams again nominated for American Hustle. Sandra Bullock for Gravity. Judi Dench for Philomena, and Meryl Streep for August Osage County. So I think definitely you could have Meryl could have spread the love again. Maybe sat this one out.
And as a person from Oklahoma, no one in August Osage County needed to be nominated. They all sounded like they were from Mississippi.
There you go.
That's not what we sound like in Oklahoma.
Did Brie get any precursors that year, Dill, or anything?
I don't think so. I can look while everyone else talks about it. But yeah, it's an
I doubt it.
excellent
Let me. Yeah. I love that, and I've always and then she was in Room, and she was the front runner, and I was like, and while I thought she deserved it for the Room specifically. I remember thinking, this is justice. Like this is justice for her not getting even talked about for short term 12. Like
Yeah,
I think this was I think it was a personal snub, not necessarily
Yeah, she did get nominated at the Alliance of Women Film Journalists at the Austin Film Critics Association. She actually won the Austin Critics Award, won the Black Film Critics Circle Award for Best Actress. I didn't know they even nominated white people for that award. Was runner-up for the Boston Online Film Critics Best Actress Award, nominated for the Chicago Film Awards. So it looks like a lot of critic awards. She was also nominated for the Critics' Choice for Best Actress. So
nice.
it was actually not as far-fetched a nomination. Houston Awards, IndieWire, London Film Critics, and that's at Phoenix Film Critics, San Diego. So a lot of film critics circles basically. But the only big association that nominated her was Critics' Choice. But still, cool that she broke in there. But yeah, definitely, a great pick. Great pick.
I think short term 12 is just phenomenal. I would have been okay with that getting like a Best Picture nomination, to be honest. I just think it's like that good, but also like bringing up the acting, like Brie Larson, but also like Caitlin Dever and Lakeith Stanfield. I think like so many good performances in that movie. But yeah, I do agree Brie Larson was the best of them. Just like like her whole like catharsis, like with like the scene with the bat in the car, and like just thinking about like her trauma and bringing all that out. Oh yeah, like I definitely could have seen this be a great nomination, and they fucking didn't do it. So
yeah. It is cool also to see like how many people in that movie weren't known that would go on to get wins or nominations. Like Brie Larson would win an Oscar, Rami Malek would win an Oscar, Lakeith Stanfield would get nominated for an Oscar. John Gallagher Jr. had already won a Tony, but
it was directed by Destin. It was directed by Destin Daniel Cretton too.
Yeah, right before.
Oh yeah, that's
Shang-Chi.
right.
So yeah, just so many great like. Oh, they would be big stars. You just didn't know it yet, and that's really cool. I love that about it.
Oh yeah, John Gallagher Jr. Did he win for American Idiot? Spring Awakening. That's right. Yeah. He was also in American Idiot.
Yes. Dan, thoughts on Brie Larson short term?
Yeah, I love this movie. I mean, it's like this. Every generation there's a movie. It's like Perks of Being a Wallflower or these various movies. We had a bunch of these young actors in it, and then boom, it would like springboard them into a larger career. This is that movie for this group of actors. It was just like they all become stars, and obviously. Destin Daniel Cretton, now he's got a Spider-Man movie coming out this July, and he just directed the Wonder Man series that's on Disney Plus right now. And obviously Shang-Chi's going to be down, and I think he's going to be in the mix for one, if not both, of the Secret Wars movies down the line. Or is that both still the Russos? Are they still doing the Russos on that?
Doomsday.
Who even knows what they're doing?
Yeah, they're doing Doomsday, but I heard he might be involved with that. So, and like you said, look, he's Stanfield. Caitlin Dever wins the Emmy for her movie on Netflix, and I can't.
Right, she did win that one. I forget the name of it.
Yeah, it's like this whole cast is amazing, and that was a really good movie about kids and stuff. And she's great. Yeah, I when I saw her in that, I said this is somebody who's on the rise. Boom, she wins the Oscar for Room. Just like that.
Mm-hmm. Carly, thoughts on Brie Larson, and then we'll get to honorable mentions.
I mean, yeah, it's Brie Larson. I think it's a great pick. Yeah, like I'm actually surprised she didn't get more precursors because it feels like a very Best Actress Oscar-y performance. But yeah.
Yeah. Just wish it was
If
on
she
more
had already
features.
done a short-term 12 by that point, I think she would have had more precursors.
Yeah, because
Mhm.
before
But
that
she
was just
hadn't.
known,
This was her short-term 12.
yeah, she was just known for what, Scott Pilgrim and 21 Jump Street, which were not big awards.
Oh, she was in Scott Pilgrim before this, so I did recognize her, but I had seen her, but I didn't know her.
Right.
Like I
Yeah,
didn't recognize her because she looks so
she wasn't
different.
a name.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there you go, though. We have 5 draft boards. We 4 hours, but I think the conversations flowed so well. Like, it didn't feel like we overstayed our welcome. It was an amazing conversation. We're gonna rattle off honorable mentions in a sec, but I want to rattle off the draft boards you can vote for. Dan, his Best Picture snub, Empire Strikes Back. Alfred Hitchcock, director for Vertigo. Anthony Perkins for Best Actor for Psycho. Ingrid Bergman for Best Actress for Casablanca and Best Documentary Hoop Dreams. Chad Snubs for Best Actress, Toni Collette for Hereditary. For Best Screenplay, Scream. For Best Director, Stanley Kubrick for The Shining. For Best Supporting Actor, Robert Shaw for Jaws, and Best Picture, Mulholland Drive. Carly for Best Picture, Do the Right Thing. For Best Actress, Danielle Deadwyler for Till. For Best Original Score, Psycho. For Best Director, Ava DuVernay for Selma. For Best Actor or Supporting Actor, wherever you want to throw him, Jacob Tremblay for Room. My picks: Best Picture snub, Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. Best Actress, Amy Adams for Arrival. Best Cinematography, Top Gun Maverick. Best Director, Ben Affleck, Argo. Best Supporting Actress, J-Lo for Hustlers. And Matt, Best Picture snub, The Dark Knight. Best Actor snub, Adam Sandler for Uncut Gems. Best Director, Do the Right Thing, Spike Lee. Best Screenplay, Before Sunrise. And Best Actress, Brie Larson for Short Term 12.
Good
So there
looking
are all the
boards,
snubs.
gang.
Great looking boards. This is gonna be tough. I might need to, I might need to accept bribes to vote for my winner. But let's start. Just kidding. Dan, why don't you just kick us off? Any honorable mentions for Best Picture? We're just gonna rattle off titles at this point. But
Yeah, well, I have
yeah.
Singing in the Rain, and I have 2001: A Space Odyssey, and I have Paths of Glory.
There you go. Chad, honorable mentions for picture.
Yeah, I'll just keep it to what I have written down. Hereditary, Sing Street, Blade Runner 2049, and Sling Blade.
Yeah, Carly, Best Picture snubs.
Singing in the Rain, Children of Men, Tick Tick Boom. I'm still angry about that snub.
It was so close too.
It's fucking close. And Portrait of a Lady on Fire.
Nice. Yeah, my Best Picture snubs, I Dark Knight and Eternal Sunshine have been said. I did put Blade Runner 2049 there, and then Mulholland Drive. I wasn't picking any beyond my time, but obviously, or above my time, before my time, BD. But yeah, obviously, Singing in the Rain, my favorite movie of all time. So definitely wanted to give it a shout out. Matt, any Best Picture snubs for you?
I only had 2 written down, but just consider Carly's mine because that's I love all of this.
Cool. Chad, any directing snubs you want to bring up? Directing snubs.
Yeah, I had a few great ones. Frank Darabont for Shawshank, bruh. John Carpenter for Halloween, another horror. And then also, and this was mentioned, Damien Chazelle for Whiplash.
Yes, Damien Chazelle for Whiplash. Carly, Best Director snubs.
Yeah, I had Spielberg for Jaws, Spike Lee for Do the Right Thing, Greta Gerwig for either Little Women or Barbie. I probably would have picked Little Women for her. And Barry Jenkins for If Beale Street Could Talk.
Go. Yeah, if I had gone before my time, Steven Spielberg for Jaws is like the obvious one for me. But also I had Bradley Cooper was the other actor turned director for Stars Born. I could not believe when that didn't get nominated, but he did get a Best Actor nomination. Peter Jackson for The Two Towers. I don't care, it's my favorite, so that was the one of the 3 that I would have nominated him for. Denis Villeneuve for Dune and Dune 2, 2 huge snubs that kind of shook the world there. Christopher Nolan for The Dark Knight, and then Wes Anderson for The Royal Tenenbaums. That was my short list. Matt, any Best Director snub honorable mentions?
Greta Gerwig for Little Women I was between that and Spike Lee, and I went with Spike Lee. Christopher Nolan for Dark Knight, Steven Spielberg for Jaws. Obviously, you guys have said those. I did have a Hitchcock one on here, and it was Rope.
Nice. Yeah, I love that pick. Cool. Dan, any honorable mentions for director?
Now, just bear with me if these are mistakes.
That's
I
okay.
was told they weren't mistakes. So
Sorry.
Brian De Palma for Carrie and Scarface.
Mm-hmm.
And then I have Sergio Leone for Once Upon a Time in the West. and Rob Reiner for Stand By Me and When Harry Met Sally.
There you go. Those are all valid.
Excellent.
Sorry, I missed that Hitchcock earlier. All right, Carly, any acting snubs that you still want to bring up?
Yeah, I wrote down Andrew Garfield for Tick Tick Boom, and then I remembered he was nominated. But I was just like angry, so I was like, I'm gonna write it down and then cross it out.
The injustice is still real. He just happened to have been nominated.
I wrote down Leo for Titanic. I had, and this was, I would have picked this if I didn't pick Tremblay. Rachel Zegler for West Side Story.
Yes.
Mads Mikkelsen in The Hunt. He was very good in that one.
Mm-hmm.
Jake Gyllenhaal for Nightcrawler. I was actually surprised no one picked him for that.
That was the other one I was going to pick before J-Lo. When I said BAFTA, SAG, Critics' Choice, that was Jake Gyllenhaal was the other one. Yeah.
And my last one was Jim Carrey for Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind.
Yeah, I had Jim for Truman Show, Eternal Sunshine, and Man on the Moon. I couldn't decide, so I didn't put any on there. Alicia Vikander for Ex Machina, even though she won the same year for Danish Girl, so I wasn't too upset about that. Jake Gyllenhaal for Nightcrawler was the one I was going to pick, and then I picked J-Lo. Tilda Swinton for We Need to Talk About Kevin. Daniel Deadweiler for Till. Andy Serkis for the Lord of the Rings films. Mocap should be awarded. I would have done that. Charles Melton for May December a few years ago pissed me off when he didn't get nominated. Tom Hanks, my favorite performance of his, didn't get nominated for Captain Phillips. I think it's his best work. And then along Carly's line, Andrew Garfield, but for The Social Network, shocking snub for supporting actor there. That really shocked me. Matt, any honorable mentions for acting?
Let me just say, Andrew Garfield hadn't had his short-term 12 yet, so that's what happened. But for acting, Jim Carrey for Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, Jim Carrey for Truman Show, Jim Carrey for Man on the Moon, Jake Gyllenhaal for Nightcrawler, which you guys said, and every actor in Parasite.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just every actor in Parasite.
Yeah. No individual acting awards. Dan, any honorable mentions for acting?
Yeah, well, I have Ralph Fiennes for the Grand Budapest Hotel.
Bam.
Boris Karloff for Frankenstein.
Yes, nice.
I have Judy Garland for The Wizard of Oz. Margot Robbie for Barbie. Meg Ryan for When Harry Met Sally. Val Kilmer for Tombstone.
Yes, I should have put that on my list.
John Cazale for The Godfather Part 2. R. Lee Ermey for Full Metal Jacket.
Yes.
And Carrie Fisher for The Empire Strikes Back.
I love that. I saw Val Kilmer on all the lists. I just haven't seen that movie yet. And Matt's going to give me daggers for never seeing it. I know. I will see Tombstone soon.
Unbelievable.
I know.
How have you not seen that? It's on the Fandango at home. It's on the Fandango
every time
at
I
home.
every time I see Tombstone, I'm like, oh man, I told Matt I'd watch that someday.
It's in 4K.
Yeah, I will watch that soon. Chad, honorable mentions for acting.
Really freaking weird that none of us picked them, because I also had Jake Gyllenhaal for Nightcrawler.
That's the biggest snub then, because we all had him on our list.
The biggest snub.
Yeah, I also had Dominic Sessa from The Holdovers, and I had S.E. Davis from The Babadook.
That's a good pick. All right, some texts. I'll start with these. Killers of the Flower Moon not getting an adapted screenplay nomination was quite shocking at the time.
Well, I read the book and they completely dropped the ball on the screenplay. I will tell you that right now.
That's fair. But just considering how profile that film was, I thought it would get nominated. Original score for Challengers, I really hung on all year thinking that could happen, and it never did. Beyond Utopia for documentary, 97% of pundits were predicting it. That just goes to show how wrong we all were, and how the documentary branch, you just can't read it. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 not even being shortlisted for Best Makeup was fucked. I'll say it right now. Given how much of a hit it became, We Don't Talk About Bruno for original song was quite shocking that it didn't make the shortlist either. The Lego Movie for Best Animated Feature was crazy. Not even getting nominated for that. And then the other one I was between with Top Gun was Nickel Boys for cinematography, just because the cinematography is so in the DNA of that film, but it had missed some big precursors, so it wasn't as shocking as Top Gun, so that's why I picked Top Gun. But Nickel Boys, one of the biggest cinematography achievements of the last 20 years, so definitely Nickel Boys. But Matt, any other tech nomination honorable mentions?
Big Lebowski for screenplay. I had that. Okay, so these next two are not as much snubs as because they are understandable, but we don't talk about Bruno, but they didn't push that one. They pushed Dos Gorguitas, which is the better song, but they didn't know when they picked it that Bruno was going to be so popular.
Right.
So that's the thing. So it makes sense. Portrait of a Lady on Fire, not good for best for international feature, but France didn't submit it. They submitted Les Miserables, which is a good movie, but not as good of a movie. Surratt from this year in editing, cinematography, and basically everything that F1 was nominated for.
Yeah, a real technical masterclass, that film. Yeah, but glad it got sound though. That's a cool nomination because films like
that is a
usually
cool
don't-
nomination.
Yeah. All right.
That's because I mentioned earlier. I'd mentioned earlier that I was going to talk later in my nominal mentions about creating tension, and the tension that movie creates, especially within the cinematography and the editing, because the sound also handles that, but the editing and the cinematography creates so much tension in that movie that it's egregious to me.
Yeah.
So that's it.
It's on most critics' top 10 lists. So I don't even know why it wasn't even in the conversation for picture. But Surratt, big snub. Dan, nominations for tech upsets. Or
Yeah,
upsets for
I
tech
have
nominations.
I have Monster 2003 in makeup and hairstyling. Ow. She looks identical to Eileen Wuornos. And if you know what Charlize Theron looks, she looks nothing like Eileen Wuornos. How?
And it's funny because everybody says that she won that Oscar because of the makeup, and the makeup didn't even get nominated. Like, that's insane.
Yeah, ridiculous. Look, we all like walking down the street with a bucket of paint in our hand to a Bee Gees song. So, Staying Alive. Come on, guys. How is that song not nominated for best song? That's ridiculous. Another great score. One of the greatest scores of all time. How about this? Ennio Morricone for The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. Not nominated. And I'm a sucker for Dan Loudston as the cinematographer, and I'm a sucker for the John Wick franchise. He has not been nominated for any of the John Wick movies, and it's some of the best cinematography you'll ever see if you just pay attention to what he's doing. I mean, the guy's a master. He keeps getting nominated for the Guillermo del Toro movies, but not the John Wick movies. I don't understand.
Yeah, all great snubs. Chad, I know you have to run. Do you have any tech nominations you want to rattle off before you go? You're muted. Sorry.
Die Hard for screenplay.
Mm.
Also, Drive It Like You Stole It for song.
Very cool. And Carly, rattle us off some tech nominations.
Yeah, all of these were heart picks for me. Editing, The Substance, production design. I don't know if anyone's seen Mad God, but I just love the stop motion in that. It's so good.
Yes,
Song, I worked on both the main songs from I Saw the TV Glow, just because I'm obsessed with those. And for best animated feature, I put down Your Name because it's a beautiful movie.
Yeah.
Good
So
picks. Those are good
Academy, you got it right, but you got it wrong. Obviously, it's a stamp of the times. Obviously, it's a time capsule, but sometimes the Academy just leaves off some things that should have gotten recognition. If only you could just expand the category to 20 nominees apiece. But thank you all so much for watching. We're at 4 hours, so if anyone, we'll do quick plugs. Chad, you have to run. Do you want to give any plugs before you go?
Sure. Cinema Chad, welcome to Prime Time. Check those channels out, please. This was fun. Thank you.
Yeah. Carly, any plugs?
No, I'm just here.
Skip, any plugs?
Yeah, well, you can find me under my name, Dan Skip Allen, on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram /Twitter, Twitter /X, Instagram /Threads, Blue Sky, Letterboxd. Also, I'm the owner, editor in chief, and head film critic of FromTheFourthRow.com. All kinds of reviews of TV shows and awards coverage, and you name it. Just go over to FromTheFourthRow.com. You'll see everything.
Lovely. And Matt, any plugs?
Yeah, you can find me on Matty Loves Movies on YouTube. I just released, I don't want to date this, but I just released a review of The Bride, the glorious mess that was The Bride, which I love. So go watch that. And we also, as I mentioned before, have a show about Stephen King. So come check us out.
Cool. As for my plugs, I've got electrical plugs, I got earplugs. My other plugs, I think I donated to Everything Everywhere All at Once, so I got to get those back. But those are my plugs. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you guys next time for another draft. This is really fun. Go vote on the polls and vote for March Madness. It's happening all month. The Pickle Awards you've already voted for, and those will be happening on the 13th, so get to it. Come watch the Pickle Awards. Some of these folks will be presenting. It'll be really fun. But thanks for watching. We'll see you next time.